Mr. Chair, you are good to go.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Planning Commission's virtual public meeting for Thursday, February 3rd. It's 7:04 p.m. Should have given people adequate time to log in. If they can't, hopefully they will join us soon. Many members of the public, hopefully. This is a meeting. We'll have an agenda as follows, and we're going to look at maybe possibly modifying that. But first things first, I'm calling it to order and a roll call, please.
Mr. Sale.
Here.
Mr. Waldman.
Here.
Mr. Iams.
Here.
Mr. Pline.
Present.
We're not expecting Ms. Butler, correct?
That is correct. Ms. Butler will be absent for this meeting. And that gives us the quorum we need to proceed. All right, with the agenda, we need to approve the agenda, but what I have talked about here is what you see, obviously the approval of findings, no problem there. Then down to public hearings. You'll see there's the National Lutheran Communities, obviously, with Villages of Providence Point, the big one. And then a preliminary subdivision for Bay Village Suites, and that's still on here. Even though I'm going to recommend we continue that to the next meeting now, because we may not, I don't think we're going to be able to get to that. And down at the bottom, we have Sailor's Way, which should be quite quick, and getting that at least briefed, and then we can just hold that over until the next meeting. So I'd like to take item number 3 and move that to number 1. And item number 2, we continue to the next meeting. And the reason it's on this agenda is because you have to have your 2 weeks notice and you're keeping that going. So any problems moving number 3 to number 1, number 2, continuing to the next meeting?
If that's a motion, I'll second it.
It is a motion. All right, motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor of that agenda modification, say aye.
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 Any opposed? No abstentions. Motion passes, and we will proceed as such. Thank you very much. Going back up to the top. And so Sailor's Quay, please get ready because it's going to come to you quick, and staff as well. Make sure you have them online. Going back up to the top for the approval of minutes, everyone's had that via email. Any issues with those minutes? I know there's some recommendations on some findings, but not for the minutes. I had no issues myself.
No, neither.
None.
Okay.
I move that we adopt as written.
I'll
Second.
second. Okay, the motion's been made and seconded. Any conversation? None heard. All those in favor for the minutes as drafted, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. The minutes are approved. Thank you very much, Kim and the gang. Going down, approval of findings, the capital budget and capital improvement program. We'll stop share on that item right there. That's the next one. For the capital budget program, notably the electric vehicles, any issues with those? That opinion? Chris, anything to add with that? We're going to do the 2 opinions right now. Let me share the agenda there so you get it. These findings. Actually, I have nothing really to add to findings for this other than the fact that we're in total agreement with this. Because we don't really have the findings completely finalized for that, I don't believe. Jackie?
Well, we weren't in total agreement with either of those, either of the approvals. I mean,
We have
Alex said no to
Yeah.
one, and then Diane said no to the other.
Well, I abstained from number
Yeah.
1
Right.
Yeah,
because I liked some of it, but I didn't want to. I was not comfortable voting up or down on the whole thing as a package, so I abstained.
So do we have the minutes from you have the minutes from the last meeting that would show
We
what
do.
the actual
Yeah.
vote on that was?
We do. Let me bring
Yeah,
it up.
believe-
I just approved those. Yep.
we just, yeah.
I'll open them up for you.
for the first one, it was 4-0
Mhm.
with me abstaining, and the second one, well, we'll get to that. But
It's 4-1.
I don't know that there's much.
Did you abstain or did you vote against it, Alex?
I abstained.
Okay.
I neither could vote for it nor against it. I think the findings are that I don't think there really needs to be a lot of discussion in the findings, just that
No.
we voted okay to put it in.
It's a it would be a recommendation to the city council to amend the capital improvement program to add that item. Is
Correct.
really
It's very
substantive.
straightforward.
Yes.
It's very straightforward. Yeah. But we can work. You can work.
Yeah,
the
any
language
issue
of
with that?
Fine.
Any issue with that, Jackie, in finalizing a draft for that?
I take it you did not get a draft from anyone?
That's correct, because we've been so
Okay,
busy.
I
We've been
will,
so busy with the other bigger items on our agenda. That kind of has gone by the wayside in the
we're
last 10 days.
transitioning on legislation in terms of responsibility. Sally always did the findings on
Yeah.
legislation, but I will get something out to you. Could we agree that we could circulate it by email for approval?
But by Tuesday would be nice. Thank you.
You're welcome. No problem.
So that takes care of the capital budget plan. Then we had the Primrose School, which Mr. Beard had provided us a nice document for. So let me see that, and I'll show that to everyone. So the minutes, will take care of that first item. I'm sorry, the findings with Jackie by Tuesday. Share. Opinion on Primrose. Hopefully you can see this. I'm sure you are. And that's all the standard data that we know. We'll get down to it's a little faster. Here we go.
I move that we adopt these findings. As
Hold on a
written.
second. Let me get right through the last part of this. For the queuing violation, I want to make sure you guys see this part.
Yeah, I think that's really the crux of
Yeah.
what's in here.
And is there a condition here that references a specific set of plans? Because that's normally included in opinions.
Let me get down to there.
Okay. Okay.
You like the bollards there in C, Alex? Just want to make sure you're fine with that part.
Yep.
By name.
Yep. I still think they're unnecessary, but that seems like a reasonable compromise.
Maybe we could always get them removed in the future if it would be better for the bikers in a future bike plan, you know? Who knows?
Well, I'm sure
If you need
an automobile will do that for us
Oh, Jesus.
at some point, or a plow, one of the two.
But not a bicyclist with a hacksaw?
Never.
Let's hope it works out well. And that's a standard.
Okay.
All right,
Was there a motion?
by Alex.
Yes.
Yes.
Seconded?
Seconded. Any further discussion?
I have your approval to sign.
All those in favor, all those in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? None. It passes as written. Thank you very much, Chris Beard, and absolutely you have the permission to sign for me on that here.
Very
Stop
well.
the share. That runs through that item. Fantastic. We're at 13 minutes and change. We'll get back to the agenda. So Tom, that will conclude the first major part of our agenda, and over to back to this. The findings are completed and public hearings are done. And if you have a dog in the background, please use your space bar to unmute. That works pretty well. Now going down to the items where we moved item number 3 to be number 1. So if we could get staff to begin presentation on PD 2018-001 modification of a special mixed plan development, Sailor's Key, however you pronounce that. I believe it's Key.
Certainly. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, Thomas Smith, Chief of Current Planning. This is a modification to the existing special mixed plan development, originally known as Washington Square, changed to called Sailor's Key. Very, very minor change. You have a staff report I sent you dated January 27th of this year. I'm really going to proffer that. It's such a very simple application. I know the applicant has spent quite amount of effort and time in preparing his presentation in PowerPoint, and I think you'll be able to understand everything completely through that. So I'm actually going to turn it over to Mr. David Nice, who's the applicant.
Thank you, Tom. Can you all hear me okay, just as a sound check?
Yes, sir. Sure can.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much for giving me time on the agenda today. I'll try to make this brief.
Well, make it thorough. And do you need to show a drawing, or would you like me to bring up one of the drawings for you? I can do that.
I am going to share my screen. Hopefully this will show you everything that you need. If not, please let me know, okay?
And if you
I
can
have some-
zoom
I have
into it.
I have some hidden slides as well. So yeah, this is for the modification of the special mixed use. I'm David Nice. I'm the owner and resident with my wife at 1 Sailor's Way. This is the affidavit of posting that I'd like to just enter into the record. The property was posted by me on the 18th, and it's been the sign has been up ever since. It was there today when I left my house this morning. Here are 2 photos of the sign itself. It's at the intersection of Sailor's Way and Bay Ridge Avenue. Very prominent.
Appreciate you putting it there right on the corner so everybody could see it. That's very professional. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So real quick, the proposal in front of you today is to request an adjustment to the building restriction line to allow for a small 65-foot building addition. It's 5 foot by 13 feet, just a small single level on the side of our house. Currently, it is zoned single-family residence, neighborhood conservation, and the subject property is not in the critical area zone. The current building restriction line is 15.8 feet, and that's as part of the original approved development. And we're requesting a reduction to 10.5 feet, which is a reduction of just over 5 feet. The side yard setback in R2 NC, it's important to note, is 6 feet. So we are well in excess of what the standard setback would be in that zone. The planned development was constructed in 2012, approximately, a little before, a little bit after. Took some time to get them all built. There are 14 single-family detached lots, along with 2 moderately priced dwelling units, which is composed in 1 structure, which is a 2-story structure. It's represented by the Sailor's Key. I often say Quay, but I think it is Key. So I'll stumble on that throughout the presentation today. But it's Sailor's Key Community Association, very strong association. All the residences are members, and we are a very tight-knit community. My property, the subject property, is a 3-story structure with a basement. It's located, I highlighted in red here for your reference point. You can see Spa Creek Bridge up on the upper right, and just out of the page to the lower left, just left of center, is VIN 909, just to give you a reference point as to where we are. Zooming in a little bit closer of an aerial of that of the properties. My house is just to the left of the push pin on Sailor's Way. You can see that there. And at this point, it's important to note my immediate neighbor closest to where this addition would go is just to the north in the wooded area. And that is Robert and Patricia Browning. They've been here for quite some time, longtime residents. They're very good neighbors. They're well aware of this and in support of the modification to our property. Real quickly, this is an existing survey that was done by Charles P. Johnson Associates just back in November. And a little bit more of a close-up, you can see the my pointer is not working right now. So let me see if I can get that to work in real quick. There we go. Whoops. Try that again. There we go.
Your
So
pointer.
you can see the building restriction line right here. It's right along the edge of the building, and that is the 15.8. And as I show you the building addition, it's right here. And here is a front stoop addition just to extend the front. You'll see that in the following drawings. And that creates the 10.5 foot building restriction line, which is shown in the heavy dashed here. This is a photo of the existing front of the house. You can see it's pretty vertical with the basement underneath it. The addition is going to be off to the left-hand side right over here. And here's the proposed elevation of the addition. All located right here. We're simply extending the existing roof shed roof over the top around the corner, and we're going to build out underneath that. A total of 5 feet expansion onto the side and 13 feet back. All materials will match the existing hardy planking and the roofing as well. Side addition, elevation, I should say, very minor. You can see at this point that this is looking from our side yard. And then a quick partial floor plan. Sailor's Way is out in front. This is the front of the house. The front porch will be extended by 5 feet, and then the addition at the rear, right here, just enough to expand to allow for a decent size dining room to take place. During the process of this and working with the planning department, and Tom Smith has been very helpful. We've presented and gained support from the Sailors Key Community Association. There's a letter that's in the record for that, I believe. We've also presented to the Eastport Civic Association Architectural and Zoning Committee. That was back in July, very positively received. I did let Jacqueline Wells know that we were going to be on the agenda tonight. She opted not join just because of the minor nature of it. We also presented and gained support from our adjacent neighbor right to the north, which is Robert and Patricia Browning. So they're very much in support too. And I've also notified 150 properties within 400 feet of this development. That's my presentation. If there's any more information you need, I have tax records and all of that I can pull up to as well.
And how do you pronounce your last name again? Is it Ness?
It's nice, N-E-I-S-S, like Weiss with an N.
Well done on the presentation. I wish you would
Thank
be
you.
briefing for a lot of other things we have doing here. Fantastic. I have a quick question for you. Got a big
Yes.
dining room table there. You're adding a lot of people. Where's the parking? Can you bring it back to the picture of the house?
I can. Yeah, and this actually, let me back up here. The aerial, the parking in this subdivision is actually quite interesting. So we have a 1-car garage, and then we have a car, one car out in front, and the dining actually gives us seating for 8. So that's like when my kids come and join, we can shoehorn in. But then there's all this additional parking right here. This entire community is now built out. If you recall, there was a modification, the last modification, this allowed this development here, this last house to be built non-commercial. So
Seems
that
like
is
you got
in
a lot
there.
of parking is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
there's plenty of parking.
Yeah.
And matter of fact, we don't even have to really police it for keeping folks from parking there. Those that shouldn't,
Okay.
it's never really been a problem.
So what about those trees there? Are you going to have to remove any trees or no?
No trees need to be removed. There is a tree in the front of the house.
That small one.
Yeah, that small one, which is way too big for the house right now. So it's just going to be pruned in such a way to get it away from it, but
Fair
it doesn't
enough.
interfere with the development.
And drainage off of the roof on the side, are you going to drain to the street or?
Nope, it goes right into the, so currently right now, all of the gutters are picked up right here. And that's going to continue to be, it goes underground into the stormwater management pond at the rear of the property.
Ooh,
Excellent. Anyone else?
Nope,
Good job,
pretty
Mr. Nice.
straightforward to me. Yeah, looks
Yeah,
nice.
good. Yeah. Thank you.
Very,
Thank you very much. I
concise,
appreciate your time.
a very concise presentation. Thank you.
Good. 7 minutes that was wonderful. David, thank you.
All right, you got it.
Okay, we will continue this item for public comment. Members of the public, you can submit via online or direct email access to the Planning and Zoning Department. Please do not email commissioners as that would be a violation of ex parte communications going directly to them. But go through the Planning and Zoning Department. You can go through to the webpage. If you have something else a little bigger than what it'll allow on the application through the Planning and Zoning Department webpage, feel free to contact the Planning and Zoning Department. They'll assist and take an email to get further data into the system and then forward it to us as commissioners. So you can get more than what's limited on that page for software. Thank you, David. And this item is now continued to our next meeting in February, and we will then hear public comment at that point, and then hopefully be able to take a vote on your item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the time.
All right. We're now at 24 after, and the next item on our agenda, we had moved item number 2 off to be continued to the next meeting. So I'll go ahead and continue that item now for the Bay Village Suites development. That item will be continued till February 17th. So we're not planning on having time to get to that today. Anything to add, staff, for item number 2?
No, sir, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you very much, Tom Smith. Okay, now going to the top one there, number 1. This public hearing has been continued for 3 prior meetings. We're continuing to give this complete visibility as much as we can to the public. And this has been open for about 2 months now, almost. So plan development and preliminary subdivision application by National Lutheran Communities and Catholic Properties, et cetera, at 1623 Forest Drive for the development of an institution for the care of the aged known as the Village at Providence Point. And we have had the applicant briefing, a very lengthy brief, because this is one of the biggest projects in the city of Annapolis has seen in quite some time, and it deserves a lot of attention so the public can see everything. So we're trying to get it all out here to the public so they can see it and get public comment. Hopefully we'll have a lot of people dial in and talk to us. So this should finalize the applicant's briefing today. And then we can go into some more public comment, which we've had public comment given in the past meetings, and we'll continue that today and go forth from there. So moving along over to staff before we get to the applicant. Anything to add before we go into the applicant?
Mr. Chairman, the commissioners should have received a number of items today by email. There were a number of comments submitted by the public. I think I sent them in different forms. One email included all of the online forums, another separately from the Crab Creek Conservancy, and another from Miss Laura Townsend, which is rather extensive. I think I also sent you some public comments from Mr. Jim Urban. And I sent, importantly, a corrected second addendum. I had sent a second addendum at the last hearing. There were some corrections that needed to be made in there, a few typos. And so I corrected those. So all of the addendum conditions I've put in one document in this one. So there's conditions 18 through 50 there. So hopefully you received all that.
Yeah, and a lot of that, it seems like a lot of this is coming after our 11 to noon cutoff time to get processing by us. Is there anything that came in? It seems like there was some items that came in well after that, which doesn't give us a lot of time as commissioners to be able to process that before meeting, and it's tough to process during the meeting. But I mean, we are able. But just for the members of the public to know, we do have a cutoff time. And was there some items, Mr. Smith?
Mr. Chairman, the only item I got after the fact was a comment letter for Bay Village. Everything else was actually either later in the morning or just before noon. Okay. And then we actually were putting it all together to forward to you, which happened after 12 o'clock, of course, because we waited until 12 to gather everything together. It's
quite a lot of stuff, but thank you very much. I have in receipt, and hopefully the other commissioners. Any issues? In receipt. Wonderful. Okay, well, I'd like to move on then, unless the commissioners have any reason not to the applicant's lead. I believe it's still Mr. Hyde over there, and he can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Certainly, I will start off by thanking the members of the Planning Commission for your patience, because this is involved. And I know brevity is often preferred, but there's just some things we can't overlook. We have to make a record here, and I hope you understand that. And we're doing the best we can to present as efficiently as possible. Tonight, we have our last witness in our case in chief, John Harrison, but I want to do a quick recap because, we've had 3 separate nights, and I just, by way of reminder, I just want to state that we're here on a planned development application and for a preliminary plat, and then for certain variance requests. And I think as the chairman alluded to, he had received certain threats, or maybe members of the planning commission have received certain threats, and the applicant is not immune to that either. I unfortunately have to tell you, it's been one of the ugliest cases I've been involved in terms of the opposition and the allegations made and the threats and the misrepresentations. It's disturbing because I've been involved, as many of you know, in a lot of controversial cases, but it really has stooped to a pretty low level, unfortunately. But, you know, we carry forward and we do the best we can here to try to address the issues at hand. So, you know, we started with Mr. Bradshaw from National Lutheran explaining the concept of a continuing care retirement community. He described to you what this institution for care of the aged was all about. Kevin Johnson testified as a civil engineer, focusing on the features of the record plat and spending a fair amount of time on stormwater management features, which are significant. We understand how important that is on a site like this. And then we had Mike Klabasco testify. He was our environmental consultant and spent a fair amount of time talking about the site, environmental features, particularly focused on the one-for-one tree replacement. We haven't seen much of that in the city, this type of utilization of a site. And then we had Mark Pelusi testify. He was testified as our landscape architect. He spent a great deal of time explaining the site and why the structures were located where they're located. You know, they're not arbitrarily selected. The whole idea here is to respect the environmental features on the site, and structures are located to do that. And that's exactly the painstaking effort that was done by the applicant. Mr. Campbell testified, Aaron Campbell testified about the architectural features. And at the end of his testimony, I lost contact. And then Nancy Randall was able to continue on the traffic analysis. And she testified after the city had presented, or in the record, the city supplied a traffic impact study. And the reality is there's always questions raised about traffic impact on Forest Drive, but we more than mitigate the traffic impact here. It's a use that does not generate a lot of traffic, and the proposed improvements, they make things better. And then that doesn't even count the connector road, or the extension of Skipper's Lane, which, you know, that's been criticized for a number of reasons, but it's just not accurate. The extension of Skipper's Lane has been on the books of the city for as long as I can remember, and it's a big benefit to the overall city. So those are the witnesses that we had testify in support of this case. And as you know, there's certain standards in the code that we have to satisfy. You have received, and Tom Smith did send me some of the comments from the public. I just got them, I guess like you did, and I haven't had a chance to review them carefully, but many of them discuss matters that are really not relevant to a planned development application. I understand you hear everybody, and rightfully so. You're a body that receives public input, and the public has a right to say whatever it wants to say, but there are criteria that you evaluate in making a determination. So that's the recap. And I would just ask one item procedurally. After Mr. Arison testifies, then that would conclude our case in chief. And then my question is, you would have the public speak, and then I would have the opportunity to sum it up, close, rebut, whatever you want to call it. Is that how it will be handled?
You know, sticking to standard practices always works well. And
Okay.
Usually when you finish your brief, Mr. Hyatt, yes, we have asked some questions along the way, but after that, standard is each commissioner gets to ask the applicant questions. And then we usually go into public testimony. or we could do it vice versa, but usually it's at commissioners first. So I'd like to proceed in that manner unless commissioners
And
have any other questions.
And my ask is after the public testimony, I get the opportunity to give a closing, just like.
We may or may not do that. Usually we do not do that, but if we deem it necessary, I think we would. If you, and you're stating you have something to say, so we'll consider that.
Well, I would like to have that opportunity is what I'm saying. So.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank
We'll
you for
take that into consideration.
All right, thank you. I will call Mr. Arison as our next witness and ask him to identify himself, state your name, your address, and your profession for the record, please.
Yeah, my name is John Arison, 707 Glendon Avenue, Annapolis, 21403, and I'm a land use planner.
All right, and I'm gonna go ahead and share the screen. Mr. Arison, I'm directing you to page 1018 of the exhibit package. Mr. Chairman, you can see that, I think, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Arison, is this a summary of your professional background?
Yes, it is. And I have, Mr. Hyatt, revised it since the Planning Commission no longer recognizes expert testimony. I have rewritten the thing about being a expert recognized by the Planning Commission.
Okay, all right. Well, let me ask you this. Have you testified as an expert witness in the field of land planning?
Yes, I have.
And where have you done that?
I have done it, the City Board of Appeals, the City Alcoholic Beverage Control, the County Hearing Officer, County Board of Appeals, and County Board of Control, which is their liquor board.
Okay. And most importantly, your background includes the fact that you were the Director of Planning and Zoning in the City of Annapolis, and before that, Deputy Director from 1990 through 2013.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
Before that, Chief of Comp Planning, but Coos County.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I would ask that Mr. Arison be accepted as an expert in the field of land use. If you're going to accept any experts, I suggest he's the appropriate one to accept.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you.
All right, shall I continue with my question?
Yes, you should.
All right, Mr. Arison, you are obviously familiar with the city code, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
And are you also familiar with the city's comprehensive plan
Yes.
and all the requirements for plan development that
Yes, I am.
before the Planning Commission? Have you also familiarized yourself with this particular application for an institution for care of the aged?
Yes.
Have you taken the time to analyze the zoning of this property and evaluated whether, if this project was approved, would it have a greater impact than the uses that are allowed under zoning?
It would actually have a lesser impact than some of the uses that are permitted under the zoning, especially in the R3 and the P.
Now, you mentioned that you were familiar with the plan development requirements.
Yes.
Would you explain to the members of the Planning Commission the purposes of a plan development?
Purposes of a plan development are to try to get away from the rigidity of Euclidean zoning and allow some flexibility to preserve natural features, to get quality design. A plan development basically allows the clustering of development in an area, and really it provides greater flexibility, and it actually promotes better design.
All right. Do you think this proposed project meets the requirements of the plan development section of the code?
Yes, I do. And I think a lot of the, you have to remember all the testimony that we've had prior to tonight and all the different persons in their disciplines and their expertise and their descriptions of what they have done to try to make the highest quality project they possibly can. But if you want me to go through all the different findings.
Well, I just want you to take a moment, if you would, and refer to the criteria in the code.
Yeah.
21.24, and explain why it is you think they're satisfied.
Well, all the findings talk about basically about to allow flexibility, to promote orderly and thorough planning and review, to allow the grouping of buildings and mix of land uses with integrated design, to promote development in a manner that protects significant natural resources and integrates natural open spaces into the design of the project, encourage a design that takes into account the natural characteristics of the site and the placement of structures, and to promote development that is consistent with the goals of the comprehensive plan. Those are all listed under the first criteria. You heard Mr. Smith talking about how they let the site and the site features really kind of drive how this development plan was laid out. And I think that this is one of the most, I guess, intensively thought out projects that I have seen in the city. We think them all out, but this was such a unique parcel in the city. It has so much public attention and scrutiny, and it's got so many natural features on it that I think that the staff and the development team did an excellent job in putting together this particular site plan, especially as it relates to preservation of natural features.
So the criteria for plan development approval are spelled out under 21.24090. Are you familiar with that section?
Yes.
You want to take a moment and if you would, and tell the members of the Planning Commission what your professional opinion is about this particular project and how it satisfies those criteria?
Yeah, let me. Okay, the first is the plan development is compatible with the character of the surrounding neighborhood and consistent with the comprehensive plan and the purposes of plan developments. We've gone over the purposes of plan developments. I will note that the comp plan recognized this as, classified this as an opportunity area, urban center low. 3 goals: to put the more intensive development along Forest Drive, to have a mix of uses, and to have connection to adjacent areas. This project meets those criteria of specific to this property in the comp plan. Now, 21.24090, compatibility with the character of the surrounding neighborhood. It is, I mean, this, when you look at the site plan, this is still sort of an isolated enclave. It's not next to any development. It sort of sits in the woods. But the presentation that we had from the architect showed the lengths that they went to try to have compatibility of architecture and design. The next one goes to pedestrian and vehicular circulation systems that are adequate, safe, and efficient, and designed to minimize any adverse impact on the surrounding area. You had quite a discussion and quite a lot of presentation about the widths of streets, the bike lanes, the widths of sidewalks, the connections that this is going to provide from Spa Road down the extension of Skipper Lane. And I think that it's easy to see that they have provided for safe and adequate and efficient circulation systems. The next one is the plan development will promote a high quality design and not result in any greater adverse impacts compared to the development they may otherwise be permitted. We talked about otherwise permitted development a moment ago, and you saw from the presentations and I saw from going over the application that they are trying to get as high quality design as they possibly can. The plan development complies with the plan development use standards and bulk and density standards. It does. Bulk and density standards are basically to be approved in the plan development process rather than rigidly applied setbacks and stuff. Compliance with site design plan review. The site plan has been approved by the Planning Commission, or it's actually it's what we're looking at now too. And then the plan development includes adequate provision of public facilities and the proposed infrastructure, utilities, and all of the proposed facilities. this has been certified as meeting APF. Now, in terms of the site design plan review criteria, in section 21-22-080, I think it's best to look back on all the testimony that we had from the various practitioners, and you can see that this obviously meets the criteria under site design.
And does it satisfy, based upon the evidence that you heard, the Forest Conservation Act under 21.71?
Yes, it does.
All right, now let me direct your attention to the portion of the comprehensive plan. I'm referring to page 1020, and you briefly mentioned that it was in conformance with the plan, but can you explain a little bit more as to what the plan calls for at this site, and why, in your opinion, it satisfies the requirements of the plan, assuming that you believe that's the case?
Right. When you look at this site, you'll see that there's a, I think you need to lower that a little bit, Alan.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it right now.
Okay, you can see where the site is at Forest and
Right here. I'm
the
right.
one of the primary concerns in developing the comp plan for this site was preservation of natural features. The reason why that purple where it says mixed use is scalloped is because the goal was there wasn't really a use proposed there. And I don't believe that the committee wanted to get into specific uses, but it wanted to say, we want mixed use development closer to Forest Drive. They knew that it was probably, the committee was aware that it would probably be approved through a plan development or some other process, but it was also do whatever you can to preserve the existing forested areas. And that's why that's scalloped like that.
And that's what's being proposed. Is that correct? The development is pushed closer to Forest Drive because the best of the natural features are farther to the south. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
Okay. And then as we move to the next page, there's a reference to this urban center load. Does this project satisfy the description of urban center load?
Architecturally and functionally, it does have urban center aspects to it that would satisfy it. It's not the creation of a neo-traditional new downtown or anything like that. It's a project that's got sensitive architecture and sidewalks and street plantings and on-street parking that does satisfy the criteria to have an urban center low functioning and looking development.
Right. And in fact, it says that the architecture is 2 to 4 stories in height, and that is exactly what's proposed here, 4 stories, right?
That's correct.
So the project goes back in time. Part of the discussion in the comp plan is that it's an opportunity area. Is that correct? I mean, I'm
Right.
referring to the section of the comp plan in front of you. It's discussed as an opportunity area, and this is a little bit better picture of the scalloped area that you had mentioned. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. And the plan also shows this connector road. This is Skipper's Lane going all the way over to Newtown. Is that also accurate?
That's correct.
So this was 2009, but it even goes farther back in time than that, doesn't it?
Well, I remember when the State Highway Administration originally laid out Skipper's Drive, and that was a long time ago, at least in the Village Green area after we'd annexed that.
Mm-hmm. But
So,
certainly in 2009, this was the expectation.
Yeah,
You know, going
that's
back
correct.
12 years ago anyway, or 13 years ago. Okay. So let me refer you to R1205 revised. Now that's going back a number of years when the property was annexed. You familiar with that resolution?
Yes, I am.
I'm going to pull that up for you. R1205 revised. Have you reviewed that before tonight?
Oh, yeah, I did.
And without getting into all the detail, in your opinion, are the conditions contained in this resolution satisfied? Have they been resolved?
Yes, I believe they have.
So in your own words, you know, we have a certain amount of folks that have expressed opposition. We're seeing some of this expressed in communications today, but can you explain from a land use expert what this site means to the city of Annapolis, assuming the approval is granted?
Given the historic amount of concern regarding development on Forest Drive, given the heightened awareness of the need to protect the environment and to try to preserve as many environmental features in large contiguous stands of forest that's now permeated public discussion. And just generally, the city of Annapolis is striving always to get the best design that it can in terms of new development. This project checks off all the boxes, and really, it's in terms of the city as a whole. And I'm a resident of the city. I mean, I live in the city. This is a low impact project, especially in terms of traffic, which is the greatest concern on Forest Drive. But it's a high return to the city. I mean, it is a large development, but they've done it in a way that it doesn't seem that large. They've taken about 30 acres out of a 180 acre parcel. Also, I have to say that in return for their ability to develop this project, 150 acres of open space will be preserved. Some of it is the equestrian center, but much of it will go to the Scenic River Trust. I believe that's the trust that'll be maintaining it. And that's land that if we wanted to preserve, we'd otherwise have to pay for. So that's another benefit to the city of this project. And I think that with the stream restoration that's been proposed, that's a major improvement to the environment. And we've been fretting, the city has been fretting, everyone's been in the county, has been fretting over what's going to happen to this site since Steeplegate came in as a county subdivision back in the early 90s. This large area of land has been troubling to many just because nobody knows what's going to happen there. There have been a number of proposals and a number of proposals that ultimately failed because they weren't good enough and they didn't check off the boxes that this does. This is a good project, and we can stop worrying about the fate of this property because we'll finally have a project. We'll know what the project is and we can move on. So this project, to me, in my opinion, is just of consummate benefit to the city.
I want to backtrack for a minute and talk a little bit more about this resolution.
Yeah.
I want to be clear about some of these conditions. And let me get to that. There's a condition 15, I think it is.
About Forest Drive?
Yep, let me get to it. So one of the conditions was, well, 14, the relief road is expected to cut across the property. There's really not going to be a relief road, but this connector, the Skipper's Lane connector is a redundant road. I mean, it's still called for in the comprehensive plan as we discussed, right?
It will create redundancy, at least for this portion of Forest Drive.
And here we have a condition that the developer will make an equitable contribution to the cost of the construction of the relief road. Well, we don't have a relief road, but we have this redundant road, and the developer here is proposing to build a road from Spa to the boundary line, the western boundary line, and then contribute land that will help make that connection. Is that correct?
That's correct. That was in the testimony.
And that satisfies this condition, in your opinion?
I believe it does.
Okay. And then the 15, remember, this is 2005. 15 calls for the fact that there's no planned development to be approved until one or more road projects intended to improve Forest Drive's traffic capacity has been designed, fully funded, and so on and so forth. The reality is there's been a number of projects that have been built since this time related to Forest Drive. Is that true?
I believe there have.
Yeah, and you saw what the proposed improvements are from Ms. Randall, correct?
Yes, I did.
So that would also make significant improvements to Forest Drive.
Yeah, there was also a significant improvement that probably nobody noticed, and that was, I believe that a number of years ago, at least when I was up at the region on the regional board, the county received a fairly significant grant to tie all the traffic lights together in a manner that they would function in real time, and the traffic lights would adjust themselves in real time to accommodate the flows of traffic based upon direction. That was a significant project.
Right. And there was other lane widenings and additions going back to when Kingsport was built and Village Greens. Is that, do you recall that?
They were required to do significant widening, including the one lane on Harris Allen, the third lane that eventually merges back into two.
Yeah, and all that's been done.
Yeah.
So let's talk a moment about the tree variances. Mr. Klobasco addressed a lot of this, but under section 2171-170, there's certain standards that have to be satisfied. Have you taken a look at that?
Yes, I did.
Would you explain to the board whether, in your opinion, these standards have been satisfied and why?
Yeah, I'd like to go into a little bit of detail on this since it is a variance.
Yep, please do.
And variances are viewed a little bit differently, I think, than special exceptions. There are a number of criteria that have to be met in order to grant a variance. And I want to be somewhat clear that when they say variance, it's not the reason that we have variances of the code is not because we're giving a property owner something special. It's because, to put it in a nutshell, we're restoring a land right that may have been removed based upon legislative changes to the code that put one property at a disadvantage compared to similarly zoned property. So it's basically trying to restore a right that may have been taken away rather than giving a property owner something special. And that's why the criteria are written the way that they are. Now, the first is describe the special conditions peculiar to the property, which would cause an unwarranted hardship to the property owner. In this case, we have a heavily forested site. The forest is located on the part of the site that all the planning documents and all the discussions have said that that where development should occur on it. There are a lot of sensitive features on the site that have to be avoided, and these slowly push this the developable area of this site pretty much to where you see it right now. If the property owner or the developer were to be denied the right to remove any trees, that they could not develop the property. There's nowhere on the property that we would want to see them develop. And they couldn't develop as a planned development. They couldn't develop as a permitted use unless they get a variance to allow them to remove these trees. Other developers, other property owners are allowed to remove trees. This property owner needs to do that as well. This has got nothing to do with the variance criteria, but you're getting a significant trade-off in terms of land preservation for allowing the applicant to remove some trees, as well as a one-to-one replacement as they move through. Okay, the second criteria is describe how enforcement of these rules will deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by others in similar areas. This is a unique property in Annapolis, and its uniqueness has to be recognized. Zoning determines the type and extent of development available on a parcel. Strict enforcement of the rules would deny the property owners any reasonable development options. Their rights would be undermined relative to similar areas. The third criteria is verify that the granting of the variance will not confer on the applicant a special privilege that would be denied to other applicants. This variance will allow the applicant to develop about 34 acres of a 100-acre site in a manner consistent with the zoning and the plan development criteria. This does not confer any special privileges on the property owner. It merely allows the property owner to develop a small portion of their site. 4, verify that the variance request is not based on conditions or circumstances which are the result of actions by the applicant or by any previous owner of the property. First, I want to say that there is case law that basically says that the fact that a property owner wants to do something doesn't mean that they have taken an action which has resulted in their need for a variance. And you need to keep that in mind. This request is based upon the condition of the property, heavily wooded with sensitive features, and not any actions that have been taken by the property owner past or present. Actually, probably the fact that they've owned the property for 30 years or so and haven't been able to develop it. A lot of the trees that need to be varied now wouldn't have needed that, 20 or 30 years ago. And you heard Mr. Smith's testimony about how they use the features of the site and things present on the site to drive the development of the plan, especially as it relates to preserving sensitive features. So this isn't based on any actions of the applicant. It happens to be a forested lot. Another criteria, verify that the request does not arise from a condition relating to land or building use, either permitted or non-conforming on a neighboring property. There's no development on neighboring property that has impacted this site in a manner that has created a need for the variance. The need for a variance is based solely on the condition of the property as it relates to natural features. Verify that the granting of the variance will not adversely affect water quality. I'm not expert in that field, but you heard previous testimony about all the pains that have been taken to preserve and improve water quality in the area. And I'll also say that I think that this request is the minimum grant of a variance to afford relief to this property owner.
Thank you. We talked a little bit last time about the MPDU ordinance in the city. There was some claim that MPDUs, moderately priced dwelling units, applied in the case of an institution for care of the aged. You're familiar with Chapter 20 and the MPDU code section, are you not?
It was originally prepared under my direction by planning staff.
All right. Then would you tell the Planning Commission what your opinion is, whether the MPDU ordinance applies to an institution for care of the aged?
It does not apply to an institution for the care of the aged. These aren't residences in the manner that you could even apply the MPDU criteria to. These units aren't really sold or rented, but you're actually putting yourself in a contractual program for a continuum of care as you age.
Okay, thank you. There were also concerns raised about the maintenance of landscaping and herbicides, and that there would be the further risk to the environment based on maintenance. And you have any comments about that? How does the city prevent that?
Well, I know that for trees that are planted, the applicant or the developer has to enter into a landscape maintenance agreement that's fairly rigorous, that they maintain the plants and that the plants thrive. In terms of the maintenance of the forested land, that's not my particular area of expertise, but I do know that forests need to be managed, and you don't want invasive species. I mean, there are probably things that you don't want, but that whoever's managing that forest will have to use best management practices in terms of the use of any chemicals that might be required, or herbicides, or any clearing or removing of brush or invasive species. So I'm quite confident that whatever is done in the forest will not cause any ecological damage.
During your tenure as planning director and your experience in the city, have you ever seen herbicides of any type that have been used that harm the environment
Yeah, sure.
I've never,
by the city?
no.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
When I was with the city, a lot of the reforestation requirements were in a different department.
Okay. Let's talk about Skipper's Lane again. Obviously, it showed up on the extension showed up on the comprehensive plan, so you commented on that. But can you, from a land planning perspective, can you explain what the benefits of the connection are from Spa all the way over to Newtown?
Yeah, the primary benefit is that people who live on the south side of Forest Drive will be able to get to the services at Village Greens without having to go into Forest Drive all the time. You know, they'll be able to turn down Skipper's Lane to go to CVS or the Safeway. And it also adds some redundancy. If you, for example, there was an accident at South Cherry Grove that would stop traffic on Forest Drive, rather than have to turn around and go back to West Street to reach the lower neck, you'd be able to get off onto Skipper's and bypass and then get back onto Forest Drive to continue on your way. So it adds some redundancy, at least in this area, and it provides additional convenience for the motoring public, and it'll take some traffic off of Forest Drive in all likelihood.
Okay. So Mr. Arison, just to conclude, in your professional opinion, does this application satisfy all of the code requirements that we have to satisfy in order to get plan development approval along with the variances and preliminary plat approval?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that would conclude my questioning of Mr. Arison, and that would conclude our case in chief. Again, I would like to have the opportunity to give a closing after the public speaks.
Thank you, Mr. Hyatt. So that concludes finally the applicant's presentation, which has been quite lengthy. Last minute comments from staff before we start going to commissioner questions.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the department has one additional witness to present to you. That is Eric Lashinsky. He is our Chief of Comprehensive Planning, and he's going to speak to how this application adheres to the comprehensive plan.
Good plan. Thank you for doing that. Let's do it.
Thanks, Tom. For the record, I am Eric Lashinsky, Chief of Comprehensive Planning for the city. Good to be with you. It is customary for all major site plan reviews to come to a number of staff, including myself. My review tends to be somewhat different, where I'm looking, taking sort of the long view of how the project meets the goals of the city's comprehensive plan. The last adopted comprehensive plan that Mr. Hyatt was referring to earlier is 2009. So that's what I'm using as a guide to where we want to go as a city in the future, and that's how I look at this project. So I did a fairly extensive review of the project back in August, and I think rather than paraphrasing the review, Tom Smith asked me to just kind of briefly go through how I evaluated the project. So I would start by saying I found this project to be exemplary. It exceeds nearly every goal that we have set in that last comprehensive plan to a degree that we don't see often enough, I would say, in the city. And this is a very unique site for the city, and this is the project that I think is ideally suited for this site. I'm going to go through the various areas of the comprehensive plan that led me to this conclusion, and I'll just try to make it brief. Many of the things I'm going to highlight have already been discussed in greater length But the initial statement that I have here, from my review, is that with its limited footprint, site composition that connects to nearby development and encourages walkability, its high quality architecture and substantial environmental stewardship, the proposed project sets an impressive standard for achieving many of the comprehensive plan goals related to context sensitive design, forest conservation, sustainability, stormwater management, connectivity, and multimodal mobility. The project clearly respects the environmental significance of its site, its location on a major corridor. For these reasons, the proposed project achieves the comprehensive plan's goals of harmony with the character of the surrounding neighborhood, as well as compatibility, safety, efficacy, and attractiveness for a facility of this nature. There were some run-on sentences in there, but I think you get the point. So in Chapter 3 of the comprehensive plan, as you heard earlier, there is an emphasis on these 4 opportunity areas in the city. And this is one of them, this portion of Forest Drive. And policy 1.2 of that chapter states, each of the 4 opportunity areas should be developed as models for ecologically sustainable urban development. I would say from everything you've heard up until now, the proposed project clearly is a model for ecologically sustainable urban development. I don't need to go into the details of that. Project site is a major, it's not the only piece of that opportunity area. It is a major piece of it. And the comprehensive plan states 3 goals, which Mr. Arison mentioned earlier. They are, again, that the intense development of the site should be clustered and closer to Forest Drive to preserve the majority of the existing site. Development should include a mix of uses, and development should include connections to adjacent areas, including a roadway that will provide relief for traffic on Forest Drive. The project clearly meets all of these goals identified for the Forest Drive opportunity area. And I just say, I should have said at the beginning, part of the conclusion I came to on this project is that at the risk of sounding hyperbolic, it validates why we plan in the city. So many of the goals that were set in this 2009 comprehensive plan are met with this project. I would say it's a textbook conservation-oriented development. It's a term that I believe was coined in the 1980s by a planner named Randall Arendt that basically just speaks to clustering development on a portion of a site that is less ecologically valuable than the rest of the site. And as you've heard earlier in other testimony, there was a great amount of planning that went into locating the development for this site to do that. Chapter 4 of the comprehensive plan would focus on transportation. Policy 5 is, in light of the continuing growth of congestion in the Forest Drive corridor, preserve and enhance the array of solutions currently at the city's disposal. Among the many benefits that the city gains from this project are the extension of Skipper's Lane. It's also been talked about through many other testimonies, but I would just highlight the fact that this is a relief road that has been identified in some form in every single comprehensive plan that the city has ever done, all the way back to 1962. So this has been a long deferred goal. It was partially implemented with the Village Greens project. This will take it a step further. Not only does it provide access to the retail at Village Greens and the Safeway for residents along Spa Road and elsewhere along Forest, but it's a route to school. Quite simply, it's a safer route than people going to Forest Drive to get to Annapolis Middle School and the open spaces around that school. So it's a huge investment in the city that's being made with this new roadway that will provide a number of benefits. Also in Chapter 4 of the comprehensive plan, which focuses on transportation, Policy 8 is the city will invest in system-wide improvements to convert main streets and avenues into complete streets, in quotes. That is, streets which serve the full needs of the community. We are working all over the city to build complete streets, and it's challenging. We're constrained with space in most cases to provide wider sidewalks, bike lanes, plantings. The streets in this development achieve a standard that is difficult to meet elsewhere in the city. It's also been explained in other testimony. We're receiving streets that have wide sidewalks, bike facilities, great lighting, landscape, new street trees, and that is going to set a model for other developments, I believe. Let's see here. Chapter 6 of the comprehensive plan, which focuses on parks. Policy 2 is complete the network of pedestrian and bicycle pathways. So kind of building on the complete streets of this project, we're also getting essentially an extension of our path system in the city. I'll talk about the conservation aspects of the project in a moment, but that features a trail network that I would hope is publicly accessible, and it sounds as if it will be, and it should connect to other features in the city to help us build our greenway network. Chapter 7 of the comprehensive plan, which focuses on the environment. Policy 1 is reduce the polluting effects of stormwater runoff into the Chesapeake Bay and its tributaries. And I would say that, although the project expands the footprint of disturbance on the existing site, and the area of disturbance will be 50% impervious, it is an extremely contained footprint, and it meets this goal by including an extensive array of stormwater management practices. It'll treat 125% of the stormwater on site. The stormwater design includes an impressive amount of conserved and replanted forest cover, preserved non-tidal wetlands, restored stream corridor, 79 distinct bioretention facilities, approximately 62,000 square feet of green roof, approximately 15,200 square feet of pervious paving, which does not count towards the stormwater goal, but will function the way it's designed towards that. And with all of that, this project again sets a new standard for the city, I believe. I'm not tasked with doing a formal code review of our stormwater management requirements, but I would say this project far exceeds the goal in the comprehensive plan. Also in Chapter 7, Policy 1.4 states, increase the city's urban tree canopy to 50% of its land area by 2036. In addition to meeting the primary objective, improving water quality at Chesapeake Bay, increasing the urban tree canopy achieves other environmental objectives of reducing the urban heat island effect, reducing air pollution, and providing wildlife habitat. For a 175 acre site to be only developing 27.3 acres is what I believe is remarkable. And then to preserve 124 acres of the existing forest in perpetuity is a significant gift to the city. To put that in perspective, the city's largest park within its city limits is Truxton Park. That's 70 acres. So this is an unprecedented amount of conservation within an urbanized area I think that is a very strong aspect to this project. Policy 2 of Chapter 7, again, which focuses on environment, is protect and restore environmentally sensitive areas and other natural resources within the city. So I've talked about that. It's despite the area of disturbance here, it's been well cited on the property, and the city is gaining an enormous conservation area in return. Chapter 7, Policy 3, shrink the city's carbon footprint, become a community of green buildings to combat climate change. You know, I would say, although the details of the buildings are not completely resolved, what I've been able to review suggests that these are going to be high energy efficient buildings. They're going to meet the city's green building standard. They're going to have 62,000 square feet of green roofs, and they're going to in that way the ability to meet LEED objectives. That's the Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design certification. I think there's opportunity to meet the Sustainable Site certification, which is the highest standard for landscape design in the industry. And that was part of my comment as well. Getting to the end here. Policy 4 of Chapter 7 is improve community environmental stewardship and education. Policy 4.2 is build and foster partnerships with other jurisdictions, the private sector, local environmental groups to address natural resource protection and environmental education. The fact that the applicant has brought in the Scenic Rivers Land Trust to manage the conservation area leads me to believe there's a strong foundation here for satisfying the goals of this policy. This is an established organization that has a history of managing sites for conservation in the region, and bringing them on board is an excellent way of meeting this goal. This policy. Chapter 9, finally, of the comprehensive plan focuses on water resources. Policy 3 is maintain water resource management areas. And policy 3.1 states maintain best management practices to reduce the introduction of pollutants into waterways and storm sewers. Policy 3.4 states in order to meet higher standards of environmental quality, water quality in particular, the city should promote low impact development. LID. Basic principles include preserving and recreating natural landscape features and functions to provide water quantity control and water quality improvements that benefit nature and society. This is without question a low impact development project in the way it's been designed, with a variety of stormwater management features built into the landscape design and the buildings. And it's going to be managing, as was said previously, 125% of its stormwater on site. It'll be critical that it satisfies the requirements of its sediment control plan when it is at that stage. But this is the details of the project at this point clearly satisfy this policy. So that's it. That's my review. I would say that in conclusion, this is the project I would want to see for this site at this point in the city's history, where we are dealing with a legacy site for the city in terms of its forest, and the benefits that we get from this project will have a lasting legacy moving forward. So thank you for the opportunity to provide my testimony here.
Thank you very much from the Department of Planning and Zoning. Okay, well, that does it for staff, Tom, or what?
Yes, sir. But like Mr. High, I'd like to reserve a few minutes at the end for a conclusion.
Yes,
He
sir.
already stated that.
Is it appropriate to ask a question of Mr. Lashinsky at this time?
I need to take a bathroom break. Can we take about 2 minutes and come back? Because we're done with staff, right?
Well, I would like
We
to,
need
I
to
got
get
some
into-
questions of Mr. Harrison and Mr. Lashinsky.
Go right
Won't
ahead.
take
I'll take a
long,
quick,
but
I'll take a bathroom break myself. I'll be back in about a minute and a half. All right, go ahead.
minute and a half?
Look, who knows? I'll be back.
So
on.
Bob, could I start with just
Sure.
one question for
Go for it.
Mr.
Yes, I won't
Lashinsky,
be-
and then you can have the floor.
Yeah, I won't be long.
Mine's quicker too. So based on what you said about sustainability, if you put your long-term hat on and look 30, 40 years down the road at this development, and let's say market conditions change to the point where perhaps CCRC is no longer, say, a viable viable business because we're out of retirees or something, and sort of addressing this issue of oversaturation in retirement communities in Annapolis. But let's say we get 40 years down the road and we want to, the Lutheran communities want to sell the property for some other use. Do you think this would exist as a viable mixed use community of apartments, single family houses, perhaps some other things, plus some small scale commercial? I mean, does this meet your vision of a reuse of this community if market conditions change down the road?
That's a great question. I actually do think it would be a project that could easily adapt to new uses. I think when people will go through this project on Skipper's Lane or, I'm not sure, based on what I've heard and what I've seen in the drawings that were submitted, I'm not sure you'll be able to tell that this is a senior living facility if you don't, if you were not to see the residents. So it's, I think just based on the architecture, the features of the development, it seems as if it would be able to adapt to additional retail if that was appropriate and permissible. But I think the units themselves could adapt. I mean, we live in a region actually that has a pretty significant legacy of adaptive reuse, not just here in Annapolis, but in Baltimore and Washington, D.C. And you don't have to look very far to find buildings that have found sort of unimaginable reuses over the years. So I think this one is actually an easy fit to sort of adapt to a more standard multifamily type development if it went that route. Mixed use multifamily, I should say.
Okay, thanks.
Well, so that's a lot of speculation about, what it could be. And, I wonder if it does turn into something like mixed use, multi-use family, will it still fit within the character with traffic and all the other issues with people driving a lot more? So, I mean, but we don't know what's going to be in 30 years with the traffic. We could have a much wider Forest Drive somehow. So
Yeah,
I don't.
Obviously would have to go through a whole nother round of approvals. I mean, it's not, but it's not, I don't see this as a obsolescence being the issue here. But.
Right. It's not like it's a a big box store that has really only one use, and if it can't be that use, you tear it down and start it over again. This clearly is not that. Yeah.
That's what I was kind of, that's a good point. That's what I was getting at. I mean, this is,
Mr. Iams, you finished?
Yeah, I'm finished.
Okay. I'd like, Mr. Lashinsky, I'd like to put your attention down from the stratosphere down to a little more concrete proposal, part of this proposal. I want to take a look at Skipper's Lane. One of the things that shows up fairly consistently in the comprehensive plan is a connectivity between sort of neighborhoods and areas of the city. And I want to take a look at Skipper's Lane. You talk about it as a relief road for Forest Drive traffic, but one of the things, the directions that seems to be emerging here is is to slow down the traffic on this skipper's lane, is to make it 25 miles per hour, is to make it in such a way that people will not drive quickly, that they're going through a senior community with crosswalks and also, people parking and coming out of parking spaces and a roundabout and the like. And if the project is approved and lane widths of only 10 feet are approved, traffic's going to be slower. Yes or no?
It will be.
Yeah. So
But I wouldn't say traffic is, I would say vehicles will be moving slower.
yes, vehicles, right.
Yeah.
Right, because there'll be the possibility for bicycles to have lanes dedicated on both sides of the street, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and sidewalks
Mhm.
that are wide and that are not up to the curb, but that they're in many places they're separated from the curb lines.
Mhm.
Right, and the project is also going to build, along Forest Drive itself, a sidewalk.
Mhm.
So as you pointed
So
out,
shared use path.
Right. I was remiss.
more
to
than a
mention
sidewalk. It's
Yeah.
bigger than a sidewalk, wider than a sidewalk. So you talked about connectivity of people to all the way to the services and businesses at the Safeway and the CVS. Well, what about, and you talked about being able to get to the middle school. Well, what about if somebody lives behind the Safeway, or they live in Newtown 20 or Woodland Gardens, and they want to get to the rec center? How
Mhm.
would they get there? Would they use Skipper's Lane? Would Skipper's Lane be of any benefit to them?
Well, the most direct route to get, you're talking about Pip Moyer at Truxton Park.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the swimming pool at Truxton Park. Wouldn't they go down
Mhm.
Skipper's Lane, cross over a crosswalk at Spa Road? Right? One thing the one link that's not been made is to make that, is if that Skipper's Lane curves and then hits the stoplight for Gemini Road, or whatever it's called, Avenue, Street, Lane, right? And there's a stoplight there on Forest Drive, is there not?
There is.
The shopping center.
Yeah.
Okay. So if a kid wanted to get to the swimming pool or to the rec center, they would use Skipper's Lane, would they not?
There's a good chance of that.
Well, I mean, it's
I'm not-
quieter, safer, closer,
speculate. I mean,
and go
it's-
more direct than going all the way out to Forest Drive and
Yeah.
walking along, cars going 50
It's going
miles
to be
an
a lot
hour.
nicer. I mean, it'll be a nicer walk. There's no question about that. I mean,
Okay.
even with the extension of the shared use path, I was remiss in mentioning that detail. I should have been one of the first things I said, but I mean the extension of the shared use path on Forest Drive wrapping around Spa Road is a significant benefit of this project. But yeah, you're still on Forest Drive and all of the traffic that gets. But
Well, let's talk about that shared use path. That shared use path is actually going to go round the corner and go down Spa Road, is it not?
it will.
Okay. And so if you wanted to get to the middle school, you would walk down Skipper's Lane, you take a right on that shared use path, and then go down and cross over to get to the school. Right? You wouldn't have to go out to Forest Drive to get to the school
That's right.
or home, right? Okay. So I wanted to emphasize the connections that this Skipper's Lane is making. And secondly, that it's going to be a low speed road. That it's
And you're
not
going,
really-
and you're going to be going past green spaces along the way. I mean, that's the.
it's not going to be big enough and wide enough. It's not built to carry a lot of traffic. It's just built to carry a little bit of side, some stuff. Look, it's going to carry people coming from Hunt Meadow who want to get to CVS and the Safeway. Okay, but how many people is that? It's going to, you follow me? It's going to carry some trucks that are making deliveries from the Safeway or the CVS into this community. But how many is that? And okay, just wanted to emphasize that with you. All right, Mr. Arison.
Yes, Commissioner Waldman.
Could you were around when this property was annexed, were you not?
Yes, I was.
Okay, are you aware of what was proposed over the years for this property?
When Mrs. Richardson bought the property, I believe Lighthizer was county executive. It's a long time ago. There was a proposal, there's a subdivision in the county called Steeplegate. And it was a couple of hundred lots. I think it was a Ryan Homes development or something like that, some large residential developer. And it was a long time ago, but as I recall, they did everything they possibly could, the county did, to make sure that they could build that thing without annexing to the city. And their main problem was getting water to it. And I forget what they're going to do to provide water without using city water, but it was kind of weird. And then all of a sudden, everybody was concerned about that subdivision. It was so big. And then one day it was purchased and it became a completely different thing.
Purchased by Ms. Pearson.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. And so if what's the current zoning on this property?
It's a combination of R3, R1A, and a little bit of professional office.
Okay.
R3, you can build duplexes by right. R1A is 2 unit per acre, single family.
Have you ever done any rough calculation about how many residential units could be built on the property under the current zoning?
Well, R3, if you want to take 180 acres, well, I don't know how much of the land is. It's not all R3. I don't know. If there was 100 acres of R3, by the time you put in roads and infrastructure and stuff, you're probably left with about 70 acres. And, R3, you can have 12 units per acre. I mean, I don't do math publicly. Maybe you want to have.
So that's 210 units of different kinds of housing? Roughly?
What's that?
Well, you had said 70 acres and 3 units per acre, or 12 units, you said, right?
Yeah, now look, that 70 acres is just, I don't know how much of that property is R3. I'm just kind of eyeballing it. And usually roads and stuff takes out about a 30%, 33% of a site, if you don't cluster.
So there could be 650, 700 units built by right on this land?
Well, you'd have to approve it. I'd like to see somebody try to get it by our planning commission.
But somebody could come with that application and say, this is my planned development.
In very rough numbers, yes, Commissioner Waldron. I'd have to sit down and put pencil to paper to tell you exactly how many they could get. But it's a significant piece of land with a fairly high density zoning. I mean, R3 is duplexes, which are permitted, come in about 12 units per acre. A lot of R3 is, like, I don't know, townhouses and single family. I mean, you don't know what the developer is going to build or what's the best return on investment for that site. So I'd say Steeplegate, I think, was upwards of 250 lots. I recall. And that was actually
part of it is zoned commercial or
there's that office there where Fiesta Rentals is, its own professional office.
You described variances. It is not granting a special privilege, but restoring a right. Do you think you could explain that a little?
Yeah, that was in a nutshell. When first we start with the premise that similarly zoned properties have to be treated similarly. And what often happens is you'll have a piece of land that is zoned one thing, and then the legislature will rezone it for something else, or they'll change the text of a particular zone that you're in, that all of a sudden starts to limit your abilities to use your property the way someone else in a similarly zoned property can. So it's built into zoning an opportunity for a property owner to seek some redress based upon let's, for lack of a better term, call it legislative taking. Now, Annapolis is a little bit unique because we limit the number of variances you can ask for, the setbacks, parking. You can't vary a whole lot of things in our code. Most codes that I've dealt with in Anne Arundel County, you can vary anything in the code. Anything that's in the code, you can ask for a variance to, if you can meet the specific findings that adherence to the code is going to cause, particular hardship or difficulty, and that, you have to show your property is unique and that it merits a variance. You have to show merit to get a variance. But the overall premise is that you're just trying to level the playing field on your property that other similarly zoned properties enjoy.
And what are the variances that are being asked for here?
To remove trees in the development area, mature trees.
Okay.
Typically, variances go to the Board of Appeals. That's why I thought a little bit of explanation was worthwhile. I hope it was, just because you all don't see them. The Board of Appeals does variances at least once a month, but now probably twice a month.
And the variance, the person requesting the variance can't have created the problem. Is that right?
Yeah.
And as you described here, what's being asked for is the right to take down trees, which they didn't put there. They didn't create the hardship for themselves, so to speak.
Right.
All right. And finally, MPDUs. Do you think you could explain a little more fully why you think that MPDUs are not, that regulatory system is not applicable here?
Because the people that are moving in here are moving into an institution for the care of the aged, and they're buying into an institutional program. They're contracting with National Lutheran, or whoever's running this thing, to say, I'm coming in here, I'm paying my dues. I expect you to take care of me for the rest of my life. And you heard from the first witness here that there's an obligation on the part of National Lutheran to do just that. And institutions are overseen by the State Department of Aging, not by any state housing department. And when you purchase or rent an MPDU, you base the purchase price upon income qualifying and yearly data that HUD publishes about what the housing costs in your area are, actually in the Baltimore statistical area. What's the cost of housing and what is the affordable housing? And they don't do that for institutions for the care of the aged. There's no way to figure out how somebody making, and I don't know what the percentages of median income are anymore in Annapolis, but it's based upon a certain percentage of the median. And I will also add that our MPDU ordinance, I believe, does require anyone in an MPDU unit to pay full homeowners association fees. Well, there's no homeowners association with the institution for the care of the aged. We have, like somebody mentioned, oh shoot, the one across from the Giant. I'm drawing a blank here now, the name of that subdivision, but that's assisted living, but they are somewhat independent, but no one ever mentioned MPDUs as it relates to that. And I believe that the city office of law might concur.
Well, all right. Maybe I'll ask Mr. Hyatt later if he can explain why MPDUs do or do not apply to these kinds of continuing care retirement communities. I think we should get an answer to that one at some point. Okay. Yeah. I mean, the question is, do people own anything there? Do they actually rent anything there? Is that their connection with the Lutherans?
That might be a better question for Mr. Bradshaw.
All right. That's good advice. All right. I don't have anything else for Mr. Harrison. The rest of the world, I'll question ad infinitum.
Commissioners? Okay, I'll ask another question. Security, you're building this development right next to a neighborhood which suffers from some of the most violent crimes in Annapolis. Most recently, shooting ended up closing down Forest Drive at, I believe it was Chinkopin. I heard the shooting. I was outside during the time, and one of the people that was shot were bleeding out basically in the car accident at Chinkopin. So security is kind of an issue for me with this development. How are you going to address security with this development? Is it going to be private security? Are you going to do cameras for the aged? Because this people of the aged walking around a lot don't have a lot of ability to protect themselves. And my house has been broken into. My car has been broken into. I've had gunshots recently, in the last few months, in front of my house while I'm in my bedroom. I worry about Annapolis, and crime is rampant around the nation right now. So what are we doing for security for this development? Mr. Hyatt?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I don't think that the applicant has any major concern about crime at the location that it's selected. There will be measures taken for security. The cottages are more independent, but the multifamily, not the multifamily, but the IL building, as we call it, independent living building, will be locked. And that's why we have the security that we talked about in the garages. It's not going to be accessible unless you have some kind of key fob. And the same is true at the front door of the independent living structure and the Maison Court buildings. So I don't think that there are unusual measures taken. There will be security because of the fact that we're dealing with seniors here. But the location, I don't think drives any extraordinary concern to National Lutheran. Mr. Bradshaw, do you want to comment?
Sure, I'd be glad to. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. So our security will be a combination of actually individuals on the ground, especially during the overnight hours and a 24-hour basis, but it'll be supplemented by cameras and other security items. As Mr. Hyatt just mentioned, the garage will be secured through a key fob or some other situation. As I'm not a technology expert, but we've already have our technology people on this. So I think security is always prevalent in our mind. It's not necessarily a concern, but it's certainly something to be aware of. And we'll have, as I said, staff on site during the day and at night, and then we'll have technology to supplement that staff during the day.
Take myself off of mute. I highly recommend that you look at that in depth. And with the Annapolis statistics over the last year increasing drastically, it's a very big concern for me and my family. We live Cherry Grove Street right across on Forest Drive and see a lot of crime.
Well, it's certainly very important to our residents and our staff and all those individuals too. So we take it very seriously. So we have a lot of planning that we'll do in that area. So certainly your advice is appreciated. Thank you.
All right. On another note, this development has a lot of land that's going to remain forested. And we mentioned this before, that the conservation land that will be put in conservation is not going to be accessible to the public, but there does happen to be trails going through there. Is there anything stopping people from just walking into the community and walking down those trails that we see on the plat, or not? And is there any concerns with or thoughts about opening that up to the public?
I'll go ahead and address that. There will be trails that will be available for use internally from the continuing care retirement community. And the idea, as I think I expressed early on, is that the site is to be preserved. It's private property, not to be open to the public. Now, the perimeter is available to the public, the trails, but not on the interior, because that's it's not that type of a use. So this is not designed to have public access to nature. It's designed to preserve the environmental features. So it will get lightly used, in my opinion, by the residents of the CCRC.
And there's trails being built, or are you going to use, they're going to be existing trails for the residents in that forested land?
There are pretty significant restrictions in the proposed conservation easement as to what the trails can consist of. And there's, a certain width and a certain number of them and a certain amount of a certain type of material. So there, I would say they're not going to be a significant amount of trails.
Has there been, what is restricting you from opening that to the public and making it used by the public? Why is that easement?
Well, that's when we get into, that's a security risk, we believe, and because of the use by the elderly, and it's the bulk of that property is owned by Ms. Richardson Pearson and her entities. So I mean, that's not anything that she's agreed to.
Is it going to be fenced off from the aged community?
No.
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 Is it going to be fenced off from the street that goes through the community?
I don't believe so.
So one could say that it is possible that people going through the neighborhood would be able to access those forests and walk through, even though it's not promoted or not allowed. There's nothing physically stopping them from walking through.
Probably accurate.
Probably accurate. Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Does that happen? Does that happen currently?
Sure does. We've had people testify they trespass on the land and take pictures.
Right. That's right.
You go to their websites and their Facebook pages, and there's pictures all over.
Yeah. Let me say this: is they're not authorized, but I think people do use it.
And to be clear for the members of the public, in that conservation area, waterfront will have no access for any of the care of the aged people or anyone else on the development.
That's true. That's privately owned, not part of the project.
No waterfront access. And is there public access to the creek back there anywhere along that you're aware of, anywhere close to that development or close to Newtown 20?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't know what the boundary line is for Newtown 20 if it goes that far back.
It doesn't.
Yeah, then I would say no.
So no public water access in the vicinity.
Right. No, I think there are a number of waterfront residences back there, and that's it.
Okay. Well, I don't want to belabor much longer for the night before we start getting some public testimony in. So commissioners, any more questions of the applicant? And we can always ask later after public testimony as well during debate.
Just
Okay.
one note. I see Mr. Bradshaw has his hand up. I don't know if there's something
That's from before, I believe.
you would say. Yep. Okay, I took it down. Thanks.
Sorry about that.
Okay. We will go into public testimony. And before we get into public testimony, I would like to lay out some guidelines here. And for the members of the public, we have just had the applicant finish up the multiple meeting brief of this rather large project, a very historical piece of property in Annapolis as far as development and debate over the last 2 decades. And now we've had public testimony already offered in previous meetings, and we're going to continue that now. We'd like to have the members of the public keep it professional. Please, no foul language. Make it pertinent, and we're going to ask everybody to make it as brief as they can. But if you need a little bit longer than your 3 minutes, we're probably not going to stop you. So you can go ahead and say what you need to say. And looking on the list, I have at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7 or 8 or so people that wanted to do live testimony out of all of the comments that we received online. And I want to also ask the staff, how many people do you show online right now, or you have that want to actually testify live?
I'm assuming that's a question for me. I currently have 4 people on my list who are also in attendee list.
So you only have 4 at the moment. Okay. Hopefully we can,
That's correct.
hopefully we can get some of the others. As I went through the list, I had a few more that wanted to testify, and I'll bring
Yeah,
up
that
try
is
to.
less than half for me.
Okay. And we will also go down the testimony. I'll show that in PDF form and go down that as we do. And can you tell me who the 4 people are that you have that want to give live testimony by name?
Yes, I have Laura Townsend, James Urban, Ross Garidian, and Tony.
Whoa. Laura Townsend, James Urban.
Yes,
Who else?
Ross Garidian
Gradient. Yeah, I think I
Yes.
got him on the list.
and Tony Pratt.
Tony Pratt, who ran for city council, Tony Strong Pratt. Excellent. And Tony Pratt lives right next to the planned development. I'd really love to hear from her. So if we could take this, and out of all 4 of those, who is representing the Crab Creek Conservancy? I know Ms. Townsend is, and who else?
I don't have that information.
Okay. Well, I would like to start off, and we always like to start off with Annapolis City residents first before we go out to county residents. And I'll go ahead, and since we only have 4, it's not going to really be a problem, but I'd like to start off with Tony Strong Pratt and then go Gradient, Urban, and then we'll end up with the Townsend issue. So, okay, can we start with Miss Tony Pratt? And since we only have 4 live testimony, please take 5 minutes or more if you need, and give us what you want, maybe 10. Go right ahead. Tony Pratt, please.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Tony Strong Pratt. And can you hear me?
Absolutely, we can, Ms. Pratt. Thank you very much for coming. And please, I'll say it again, you live right next to the development, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And these are people we really want to hear from.
So I'm going to start off telling you I live right at Juliana Circle East, where that road that's going to come across Skipper's Lane that you're talking about is going to butt up right against my neighbor's houses, where we have children that come outside and play. So that the danger of children outside playing really bothers me. The fact that nobody really even asked us how we felt. Nobody even asked us, our opinions. But when we were doing the public works place, they were heavily asking us our opinions. For myself, I don't feel like this project is inclusive at all. I feel like it further separates us. I feel like that road could cause for some problems when young men from this area and back Newtown and Woodside come to walk through, that they'll have police called on them. I feel like this project is overly priced, that prices us out. I believe we need senior living, but I believe if we're going to run on this One Annapolis thing, that we need to make things inclusive. So I'm going to go on with my good evening, commissioners. I'm rendering written comments on project PD 2019-001, Villages at Providence Point. I can recall running for city council in 2017 and just getting really familiar with this project, then known as Crystal Springs. My stance then is the same today. I'm against it for many of the same reasons. The first and most important is the inequities that this project brings, the cost being one. We all know that the hefty price tag starting at $500,000 won't be very inclusive, especially for most minorities. Did it ever dawn on the developers that we also would like to have a nice, affordable place to retire and live out the rest of our lives? It also strikes me very oddly that the commission that will be rendering this decision isn't very diverse. Who will be on the commission to be a voice of diversity, not only in ethnicity, but environmentally? The city has done the bare minimum in publishing this process, yet when public works was in the making, our communities were sure to get correspondence. Environmental injustice. No environmental justice analysis for the adjacent low-income communities has been done. I'm still trying to figure out why. A minimum of 2,000 tons of CO2 will be emitted due to the loss of 27.3 acres of high priority forest and other areas of the 36-acre footprint. These effects will be immediate and cannot be reversed. As the administration that we are under affectionately uses the term One Annapolis, let's honor his wishes and make development model that term One Annapolis. not just in words, but in actions. We all know, and we must admit, the development will not be one Annapolis. I'm asking you to please vote no. And I also would like possibly an outside attorney to look at this MPDU ordinance, because I heard, I think one of the experts talk about cottages. So are these cottages going to be leased, or are they going to be under the Lutheran pocketbook? So if they're going to be leased, then that does fall in the category in the ordinance of the MPDUs. So I just ask you to vote no on this project. Thank you.
I think you're muted, Ben.
Sorry about that. Tony, could you please stay there? Don't go just yet. I want to get that question Tony brought up answered with regards to the cottage ownership and clarify that. So if we could get that from the applicant, please. How will ownership of the cottages be handled? Will they be leased? Will they not? And it's been talked about before. I just want to get clarification. And where did the applicant go?
Sorry, I can pull them back in.
Yeah, please do. I'm sure they're chomping at the bit. And Tony, we're looking for people to get on the planning commission, go to the mayor's office, and we need people. We're shorthanded. So if you know them, please recommend them to the or go to the mayor's office and get appointed.
I sure will. I sure will like to be on there. I've tried for other commissions and, didn't make it, but I sure will.
You gotta be kidding me. They don't even pay for this job. You would think they would take you in a second. Oh.
We even tried to get a deck on, and the hell we had to go through for 2 years to just get a deck built where we lived at was absurd. And I'm sitting here listening to this and I'm like, geez, I got a little residence trying to get a deck built on.
It's tough sometimes.
Yes.
All right, well, let's get this question answered from Alan Hyatt. Alan, what about the ownership of the cottages?
Ms. Pratt, let me try to answer your questions. And first of all, I thank you for participating. And, I'm sorry you don't like the project. I don't think it is intended to not be inclusive. There's no reason that it shouldn't be inclusive. I don't think it's as expensive as you may believe, but it's not cheap by any stretch of the imagination. I don't know if you heard the early testimony from Mr. Bradshaw from National Lutheran, but it's certainly not unusual for a modest, for a homeowner of a modest home to be able to sell his or her or their home and be able to move into this facility. I mean, this is what it's designed for. It's not, I know it's been coined by others as it's for rich people, but it's really not. And that's not the intention at all. And certainly, I would suggest that you and Mr. Bradshaw have a conversation about if you don't want to just have sound bites at a hearing, you ought to have a conversation. I can make sure he speaks with you about it because we respect your thinking. So let me just say this because I think I can cover this whole MPDU thing. The occupants of this continuing care retirement community, whether they're in cottages or in the other units, do not rent these units. They do not rent them and they do not purchase them. And that is really what distinguishes whether the MPDU law applies. It doesn't apply to institutional uses. It doesn't apply to assisted living units, as Mr. Harris alluded to. We have a number of assisted living facilities in town here. MPDU just doesn't apply because it's all based on either a certain rental amount or a certain sales price. And if you look at the legislation, the law on the books under Chapter 20, it talks about definitions of dwellings, dwelling units, and we just don't meet those definitions. And so it would be impossible to apply the formula of MPDU dwelling units, whether they're rentals or for sale for institution for care of the aged, continuing care, retirement communities, or assisted living facilities. It just doesn't link up. So that's why it doesn't apply. And I do believe the city attorney opined that that's accurate, that he in fact agrees with me. I'm not saying it's right, or wrong in terms of the correct thing to do, but the law does not require the adherence to Chapter 20 MPDU requirements for institution for care of the aged.
Will the residents be paying a lease or rent, or how would their cottage be paid for?
Nope, they pay for services rendered. It depends on the level of care, and I'm going to let Mr. Bradshaw weigh in if he would, but there's different levels of care, and so it really depends upon what kind of physical condition you're in, I suppose, in terms of the type of care you get. But you're not renting the unit; you're getting treatment, you're getting care,
and you get to stay there. You don't own it, right?
You do not own it. Nope.
And when you die, it's still owned by Lutheran.
Correct.
And it goes open for somebody else to go in there. But it's like you're paying a lump sum and then money every month, or just a lump sum?
There's a couple of choices.
All right. Well, let's hear what it is. And
Mr.
how much.
Bradshaw, you want to take a moment and explain how the concept works, just like you explained in the beginning of this hearing. Larry.
There he is. Where's he? He's not on. There he is.
Madeline got him. Good. Okay.
There we go. Sorry, I had chat. Madeline had just let me back in. So.
And where's Tony? Where's Tony? She's still on? I don't see her blocked.
I'm still here.
Okay, good. Oh, I'm sorry. There you are. Just so many people. Keep going. Sorry.
So there's really two fees that are paid. First of all is the initial fee, which Alan alluded to, which is an upfront payment, which is really a life services fee. And that fee goes to really assuring that that resident who moves in can remain there as long as they live through the remainder of their life. And it's called an entrance fee. And to your point, Mr. Sale, at the end of a person's contract period there, should they pass away or should they decide to leave, then either they would get depending on the package they choose, they could even get as much as 50 or 90% of that money back when they leave the project. It depends on their price point where they enter. The second fee is the monthly fee. It's not a lease fee, it's actually a services fee. And included in that monthly fee are dining rooms. So there's a certain amount of food allowance that is included in the monthly service fee, housekeeping for the services, all of our fitness areas, the pool, those issues, activities that are included, security, all those things that we've talked about. It's much more than a lease. It's really a services fee for services provided by the community to the residents. And that also includes the opportunity to go from an independent living to an assisted living or a skilled nursing unit, depending on the level of medical care needed.
How much are we talking here? Give me an amount of some of the packages.
So I think our lowest entrance fee point, I don't have the numbers right in front of me, is about $350,000. And so that would be probably the lowest price point. So a person could live in the unit for 30 years or however long. And then at that particular price point level, there would be no refund at the end. From there, on the similar unit, a 50% entrance fee would probably be about $520,000, of which half of that would be paid back when the resident left. There's also a 90% fee, which would be just about 2 times the lowest price point, around $700,000. So it would be somewhere in that area. The monthly service package fee would be around $4,000 a month. Again, I don't have the number right in front of me, about $4,000 a month for those items that were included earlier, dining, housekeeping, fitness areas, all those things would be included. So it's around $4,000 in that
And I'll
area.
say, and I'm gonna throw this in there, average nursing home costs in Maryland you'd be shocked. It's somewhere between 9,000 to 10,000 a month. You
Yeah.
had to go in a nursing home.
Yeah.
Because my wife's father has dementia and, it's not going well, but all right. So Tony, that gives us some numbers. Does that kind of answer your question? Because that was curious for me too.
So yeah, that answers my question. I was about right, starting at about $500,000, and my parents live in a modest house, and we still wouldn't be able to afford it.
Yeah,
All
you and me both.
Absolutely. All I'm saying is, if we're going to do something, let's make it inclusive for everybody. And I just don't feel like this project is. That's just my opinion.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And I'm going to go ahead and share this real quick. I don't have a map handy, but I got this handy. I believe that's where you live roughly, right? Right. Can you see my cursor? Let me see if I got this right. You live right here. And the road is proposed to go right about there.
Yes.
If this picture is actually correct for the superimposing. And is there actually, you should be worried, is there actually going to be a buffer, Mr. Hyatt, of trees, and how big is that buffer from the road to the nearest townhouse? Because those are townhouses right there. Right, Tony?
Yes.
Yeah, they're nice townhouses. I go down there quite a bit, drop some players off for basketball. So how big is that buffer?
Yeah, that I don't know exactly, because the road still has to be designed, but there will be a requirement for a buffer. We're well aware of I think it's Riders Glen is the community, and that road, there's no expectation that the road is going to encroach on the backyards or the front yards of these units. There has to be a significant buffer on both sides of the street. That's the plan.
And sidewalks on that street as well?
Yes.
Tony, since you're going to live right there and you're the only person I got online from that community, you got any other questions about that road?
I'm concerned. I would like to know how big the buffer is going to be before we move forward, because it's right there. We're right there. The traffic is going to be flowing right behind us.
Mm-hmm.
And
Glad you comprehend that, because that's what I was thinking.
Everybody's going to use that access road. So it's not going to be like it's a little bit of traffic. That's going to be the cut through. So we're going to get a lot more traffic through here.
Gotcha. And I don't know, does anybody know who drafted this item? Because I would think whoever drafted this would want to talk tonight. Because it's pretty direct. Do we have whoever online who drafted this document to talk tonight? Does anybody know who drafted this document? Anyone? No? Clearly not a happy person with this development. But anyway, it gets a nice picture there of a rough estimate of where that road would go in the development in black and white. All right, let me stop sharing of that. Community for rich white folk. Okay. You think that's legitimate? Anybody know? Does anybody know who drafted this? No.
I don't think
I don't think anybody would actually admit it.
Yeah, exactly. I think they're the same people that have threatened me and members of the planning commission. That'd be my speculation.
Look, we're here to let the public talk. So whoever wrote this, if you're watching online, please come talk. If you're clearly not happy with it. Let's hear what you got to say. Come on, public forum.
And that would be too open and honest.
Well, there you go. All right, we're gonna get that. We're gonna stop that. Ms. Pratt, I'm glad to have you from that community. I wish I had some more from your community, but you're doing a good job of representing it and giving us some concerns. Is any other concerns you got before we let you go and go to the next person?
Just the environmental issues and just, since it's going to be right up against our neighborhood, it would have been respectful to come to talk to us. That's all I'm saying. Include us in going on. It's really been flying low under the radar because I even missed it. Had it not been for that letter, I wouldn't even have been on here tonight. So although the verbiage in that letter was kind of harsh, that letter reminded me that this was going on. I received that letter maybe 2 days ago.
Oh, the flyer that I just showed?
Yes,
I
that
call it
letter.
a flyer, you call it, okay, same
Yeah,
thing.
that
What was just
flyer.
displayed? All right, you should receive that via mail. Did you get it, or email, or what?
On my door.
On your door. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can I just say, I mean, I know Ms. Pratt, and there was certainly no intention to exclude anyone. We've had public meetings, community meetings, and if there was something that you know, a nearby community missed, then you know, I'm more than happy to arrange a meeting and we can talk. And you know how to reach me. Feel free to give me a call. I'm happy to talk to you.
Thank you.
Maybe that's something that needs to be done, commissioners. We'll think about that over the next hour or so, or a few minutes. Maybe that could be something where we would be, and I'm surprised if you met with the community that you didn't get the person who was running for city council from that community. That seems to be an oversight, but
No.
okay. But things are what they are. Let's get through this and make positive advancements somewhere. All right, Ms.
Yes.
Pratt, thank you very much for your testimony. It's been very useful.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And hang around in case we got to come back to you, I guess.
Okay.
All right, next on the list, Ross Garadian.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. Do you, Mr. Gradian, could you give us your address? I think I already have it. Let me look here. Yeah, you have an office listed on Forest Drive. It's 1783 Suite 109. So you just work in town, or are you actually a resident?
No, so that's Crab Creek Conservancy's business address. So I'm speaking on behalf of Crab Creek Conservancy tonight. And
Okay.
for the record, my name is-
Well, we wanted to do that last, and so can we do James Urban before we get to Crab Creek Conservancy?
Well, I just want to make sure we've been reserving a lot of our time over the last several hearings. So I want to make sure we get enough time. We have quite a bit to get through. We have a lot of substantive comments.
That's great. All right, we'll go on to Mr. James Urban then. Mr. James Urban, are you representing Crab Creek Conservancy? I doubt it, but Mr. Urban?
Am I unmuted now?
No, you're unmuted now.
Okay, thank you. My name is James Urban. I live at 915 Creek Drive, Annapolis, Maryland. I'm representing myself. I have been attending all of the hearings. I have been afforded time to talk. I submitted some additional comments, written comments to Tom Smith after the last hearing to address some of the issues that come up. But I would, rather than basically talking, what I'd like, I'm here basically to answer any questions that the commissioners may have regarding the material I submitted to Tom Smith earlier this week.
Okay, commissioners, questions for Mr. Urban?
I haven't even had a chance to look at it yet, so I will.
Okay.
Mr.
I don't
Urban,
have any
could you, I mean, let's talk about the circle first. I suppose I could try to share a screen. Let me try to do that.
Sure.
Let me get that done and share it. How's that? Does it help?
Yep.
Okay. I want you to talk a little bit about what you're proposing here and what some of the obstacles are to working with the circle. And if there's anything, well, I want you to hear what you have to say about it first.
Okay. So in the last hearing, the comment was talked about that the circle really didn't have a centering. It wasn't the kind of object that the community needed to embrace this as the center place in the community. The applicant had talked about the circle being, like other circles in Annapolis, and the things that they do is an urban form giving object. So I was looking at the plans, and there was also discussion that in order to really embrace the circle, you'd have to make some fairly significant changes to the architecture of the buildings. And I didn't think that that was really necessary. For me, in order to give enough space to make landscape walls and trees and gardens and other objects really embrace that circle, there was a unit number 18 that was next to unit 17 in this drawing that snugged up really close to the loop, the Crystal Springs Road. And it seemed like there was an opportunity to move that unit over onto the loop road, giving plenty of space to make a very strong landscape image around the circle without moving anything else. And I also felt that the circle was pretty small, and that if it got a little bit bigger, that would also help the center to become a much more visual and centering object. So I'm suggesting that you might make the radius of the circle about 10 feet larger. And then I sketched in some walls, but they don't have to be walls. I'm not trying to design this space, only really to create the space for the design team to embrace this circle and make it whatever they feel is needed to make the landscape image of the circle as the center point of the community. So then that left what to do with unit 18, and if you could slide that drawing up a little bit. Right. So I put 18 next to units 21 and 22, which are actually located further down the loop road. And it seems strange to me that there was this big space between unit 20 and 21 on the original plan. And so I thought if we clustered everything up at this end, it would make a stronger community form. But then I had some conversations with Tom Smith regarding why that space between 20 and 21 were occurring. And apparently there's some very important natural features in that space that I was unaware of. And so to address that need, I would take 21, 22, and 18 and slide it around on the loop road to avoid that piece of better quality forest, which I understand has a lot of holly trees, and it could be a very nice feature. But the upshot would be to move 18 onto the loop road in some configuration that makes the most sense for the applicant.
So let me see if I understand this. You're proposing to move just one unit, this number 18, and then and also 21 and 22 in some ways?
Right, because I was trying to make a strong edge along there, but understanding now Tom's concern about the quality of the holly trees and other things that are in that space, which I didn't have enough site information to know. I probably would agree with him that we should keep 21 and 22 where they are now and just attach 18 next to 22, extending it, that collection of buildings further down along the loop road. If you had the original drawing here, it would make more sense. But my point is that my suggestion to move 21 and 22 probably was not a good idea, and I'm always glad to get more information.
What would be the consequences of moving 18?
18 I think 18 is very close to that intersection. I think that by moving 18 onto the loop road, it would be a much better unit in terms of its acceptance. And then it's that move that gives you enough room on the south side of the circle to make some really strong landscape feature in there, which I haven't tried to articulate what that would be. The design team is perfectly capable figuring out what to do with that space.
What would be the consequences to the woods or the forest down below 22 if you moved 18 over?
Well, you would, in my scheme, you're basically adding forest up toward the circle and subtracting a little bit of it on the outside of the loop road to move that unit. I don't think there's a net loss in forest with this scheme. And it just puts it in a different place.
Okay, all right, okay. So this is your proposal to the design team to consider.
Right. And with the brick walls and, the few trees that I put around there was just to suggest that something could be done there, but exactly what that would look like is really at a design detail level that I would be happy to let the design team figure out, because they're quite talented and they'll figure it out.
All right. So that's the first of your suggestions. The second suggestion is, what does it have to do with?
All right. There are a number of trees which are in the verge space between the curb and the sidewalk. And that space, although it's dimensioned at 8 feet, is actually closer to 7 foot 4 inches. And these are all large trees which are going to fit in that space. And we all know that as the project matures, we're going to have a lot of sidewalk lifting at those points. So I was suggesting that we could put a passageway under the sidewalk for roots to protect the sidewalks in this area. It's about 101 trees out of the 200 and some odd trees that are street trees that are lining the streets. And I was proposing using a product called Silva cells under the sidewalk. It would be four units per tree. And then I was looking at the trees along the northern extension of Crystal Springs Farm Road, where the majority of the trees that have this particular problem are located. And the soil on the other side of the sidewalk is really good forest soil. There's no development over there generally. And so it's like the perfect storm to create a root lifting of sidewalks. So my suggestion, my further suggestion was that we would flip the sidewalk along the north side and the south side of Crystal Springs Farm Road, so that the sidewalk was right against the road and the trees on the outside. That would eliminate the need for this particular detail, which does add cost, and I think grow much better trees. They're now completely accessible to the large soil volumes that are on the other side. They should grow quite well with far less conflict with the sidewalks. And that cuts the number of trees that have this conflict in half, which is a very significant reduction in cost to protect the sidewalk, and I think at no aesthetic or use difference to the relationship of the trees and the road.
Okay.
I had a discussion with Mr. Pelusi, the landscape architect, about this, and he agreed that it seemed to be a reasonable switch to flip the trees and sidewalks in those areas.
Okay. Good. And your proposal as to the circle and unit 18, has that been communicated to the applicant as well?
Yes. We had I've had several conversations with him at several different points in this process. We have a good relationship, and I went over these ideas. He was the one that brought up that there may be a problem with 21 and 22. But moving units 21 and 22 but he couldn't, at that time, he couldn't remember exactly what was in that space that was trying to be protected. And we agreed that I would check with Tom Smith to see what the conflict was. And after Tom and I talked, I realized that, it was the proposal I'm making on the sketch that's up there now was not the best of the options.
Okay.
And that's all part of a good design process.
All right. Are you comfortable with feel that this discussion will continue to move forward?
I believe that I have a good relationship with Mark Pelosi and his firm. I was very careful to remind Mark that I'm speaking as a private citizen, and that Tom Smith, as the person in charge of this project for the city, is the person who makes any decisions, and I'm just offering my my opinions, which really have no merit other than if they're good ideas, they'll work, and if they're not good ideas, then some other idea will move into that space.
Great, thank you. Thanks. Mr. Chairman, I would like, based on this discussion, I would ask that Mr. Urban's comments dated January 23rd and the two sketches be copied and entered into the record, just so that we have a number for them that we can refer back to later if necessary.
Absolutely. And we're gonna, I don't know what number we're on. Staff could advise me what number that would actually turn out to be for these two additional items. And you can inform me in a few minutes if you need to.
All right.
Enter those into the record.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Urban?
Great. Thank you. Thank you to Mr. Urban.
Well, thank you to the commissioners for the time you spend. I know from personal experience, it's a big lift, and I appreciate the work that you do. Thank you very much.
Right. Very good. Thank you.
All right. No other questions, Mr. Urban, from the commissioners. Okay. Well, we will move on. And before we promote anybody else for talking, I've got to show something here. This in this regards, the Crab Creek Conservancy and an email they provided to us. And I'm going to need some legal counsel. It's been very tenuous for the last meeting or two with Miss Laura Townsend, and she submitted an email to staff and us, and I'm going to present that for you so everybody can read it. And it'll help display some of our concerns. And let me make sure we get this right. There we go. There's from Tom Smith. Ms. Townsend addressing limits, perceived limits for communications to get her point across for the Crab Creek Conservancy, because she has been the lead representative for the Crab Creek Conservancy. Let you read that. Then we'll go down, which goes back in history from Ms. Townsend right there. And just try to get the gist. Please read through it.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Wallman, I'm still letting everybody read that. So
Right.
another...
Well, while you're doing that, did we not receive a very long submission from Ms. Townsend?
We've also received, I haven't gotten to that point yet, though.
Okay.
We received a lot from Ms. Townsend in the Crab Creek Conservancy.
Okay.
By the way, this can you shrink this down a little bit? It's cutting off the right side of the.
Yeah, let's go ahead here to, let me get this out of the way, give you the actual. There
You
you
do have
go.
a view page width.
Let me change that. I'll get it back to you. There you go. Go back up to here.
Okay.
And going back up to the other one. And I'd like to say that I hope it's, we've been trying to let people know that members of the public, yes, we have this form to submit online, but also we can work with the Planning and Zoning Department to submit more information if you need to. And also we've said that numerous times in meetings, and I don't know why it's not understood, but I do get the 450 words being a little bit limiting, but I find this email to not, we try to really work hard here at the Planning Commission to do this job. We don't get paid for it. We're members of the public. We're citizens of the city of Annapolis. And for people who are not citizens of the city of Annapolis to send our staff such inflammatory, litigious emails using curse word acronyms at the bottom is not productive. It shows a lack of leadership, shows a lack of respect, and it really is counterproductive to your point. I was really hoping for the Crab Creek Conservancy to really start off on a good leg and help us get the full encompassing effect of what's going on here. Yes, 17 years of debate, but I think that 17 years of debate got the best of you, and you're making an enemy of people who are here trying to help you. We're citizens of Annapolis. We pay taxes, and we're paying a ton of money for legal representation in our own time to be here tonight. And to deal with this kind of stuff coming to us, threatening us for litigation is extremely counterproductive, costing us money and taking more dollars out of our pocket for what we can do for the city. And we are stepping out of our way to make accommodations for people who live out in the county, who are not city residents, who are not paying those real estate property taxes and paying the bill and sitting out here and getting gunshots in front of their house and getting their houses broken into and living inside the city limits of Annapolis. I take great offense to stuff like this. Ms. Tony Pratt did a fantastic job of showing you leadership, how you actually coerce somebody to your point and make a good point and work in a professional manner. If the Crab Creek Conservancy wants to continue to do stuff like this, I don't know how successful you're going to be. You're actually counterproductive to your own point. And we have shown as a commission and previous applications of being very environmentally friendly and voting in ways that would actually probably be in alignment with what you would want from what we're getting from you. So there, I'm going to end it and start talking illegal. I'm worried that we're going to be in a lawsuit here from what we're doing. And if I find out threatening for 10 lawyers to the Planning and Zoning Department, to the Planning Commission. So I worry when anybody starts threatening lawsuits, I immediately, in the corporate world, the civilian world, back off and want to stop talking to them, because anything I say can be used against me. However, we're here for a public forum and to let people talk. Normally, I wouldn't even address this kind of stuff, but I take this very seriously. So over to legal, over to Chris Beard, and how is it as a commission, are we going to be defended legally? Do we have your backup? Do we have to get our own? I mean, anything we say, do we let Ms. Townsend have her say and a chance to testify, or do we skip past her and go with Mr. Ross Garadian, who's not sending these emails? And I hope he would do a professional job of getting their point across, because we've already gotten numerous documents and received testimony from Ms. Townsend already. And I don't know if it's going to help promote any further betterment of what we're doing here. So over to legal, please. Give me some direction.
Well, I will. I do think you should hear from her. You've heard from her before, but you as a chairman under our rules of procedure, particularly 9.8 and 9.9, they give you enormous discretion when you hear testimony to keep that testimony in an orderly and efficient manner and to set a schedule on testimony. And that applies to everyone who comes before this commission, including anyone who has written something very controversial. I feel very confident in the due process that this commission affords to everyone. And I think you should proceed the same manner as you have before. And you should use your discretion as chairman if any testimony gets irrelevant, repetitive, or uses unreliable or arguments that are untenuous. And that's what the rules provide in 9.9. So use your discretion, hear from everyone, give them due process, and that will satisfy both federal and state mandates and case law.
Fair enough, Chris Beard. That's why we pay you the big bucks. Any other commissioners have an opinion on the matter?
Yeah, I do actually. I think, there was a little bit of confusion with some people just because we took some public testimony along the way. And I credit you, Ben, for doing that because people were on the line and you just wanted to appease them and get them in the process. But the whole thing is, we've never said that we're not going to hear from the public at the end of the presentation of the applicant. And I think there's some people who are saying, oh, they've limited me to 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes. We haven't really limited anybody yet. We limited for time purposes, but told them they'd have plenty of time later on to speak. So I really, I just think there's a misunderstanding there. I'm hoping there's just a misunderstanding there, that people were paying attention to the fact that we said you always have time to speak at the end. That's all I wanted to say.
Thanks, Dave.
Sure.
Any other commissioners? All right. Well, then keep
Bob, you're muted.
I'm
Let's
prepared to
listen.
proceed. Let's
Okay.
proceed.
In keeping with our promises, let's go to Mr. Ross, I believe it's Garadian, and go ahead and give us what you got. And we do have lots of time left, so take what you need.
All right. Good evening, commissioners. Hi, it's Garadine for the record.
Thank you. And your address, are you a citizen of the city of Annapolis?
23 Jefferson Place. Yes, Annapolis 21401.
Excellent. Excellent.
You have to stop.
Real quick, just a comment, Mr. Sale, and a couple of things housekeeping wise. Those comments that you saw on the screen just now were not comments by Crab Creek Conservancy. They don't represent Crab Creek Conservancy. I realize Ms. Townsend has spoken for us before. She is the vice president of the Conservancy Board. Those comments were her own personal comments. So they do not represent us.
Thank you for that. It makes a huge difference.
I also want to correct something else, Mr. Sale, that you said earlier about photos, and I think you said trespassing. I want to make it clear that board members and members of our organization do have.
I can barely hear you, Ross.
Yeah, we're losing you.
All right, you're back. You're back. So start
Okay.
over with photos and what you interpreted I might have said.
Yeah, I want to make sure that, for the record, that there's no trespassing on the Catherine property by us or any of our members. We have landowner permission access by agreement to access the properties at the end of Crystal Spring Farm Road. And all photos that we take are from the road or from the private property, which we have landowner permission to access. And we do not sell those photos, so we do not need a release for them. We don't make any money off of them.
Fair enough. Thank you.
All right. One other thing, real quick, a recent Capital Gazette article did mention my day job as a biologist for the Environmental Protection Agency. I just want to make sure that that's clear. Even though I'm a 30-year environmental professional, I'm here solely as a volunteer for Crab Creek Conservancy. I'm not in any capacity representing the federal government or my agency. I do want to begin by saying that, well, Crab Creek, for those who don't know, we are a 501c3 charitable organization dedicated to protecting the water quality, habitats, and ecological integrity of the Crab Creek watershed in Annapolis. I want to begin by saying that Crystal Spring Forest, otherwise known as Crystal Spring Farm, is located in the heart of the headwaters of the Crab Creek. Subsequently, no other environmental organization has as much potentially at stake as Crab Creek Conservancy, and this project will have a direct impact on our ability to carry out our mission. The extensive priority forest there, along with the mosaic of diverse habitat types, including old fields, vernal pools, and wet meadows, make it ecologically unique and subsequently critical to the integrity of the Crab Creek watershed. Prior to annexation, the site had been identified as a cornerstone of the Anne Arundel County Greenways Master Plan. Some 221 bird species have been documented on site, ranking it among the top 10 most diverse bird sites in the county. The extraordinary natural values of the site, geographically situated on the increasingly developed Annapolis Neck Peninsula, therefore make it unsuitable for large-scale development such as that proposed by the applicants. But the proposed VPP project, if built, would be located smack dab in the middle of the priority forest and wildlife habitat that make up these headwaters. Subsequently, the planned development that would be built is incompatible with the character of the surrounding neighborhood and landscape per the city's own Forest Conservation Act ordinance at subsection 212490. Now, real quick, because we don't have the advantage of seeing the applicant's testimony before these hearings, whereas they do, I do want to comment on the comprehensive plan because Mr. Hyatt brought that up. And this is something that goes back a number of years, but really, realistically, this site really, if the scientific evidence was really examined, it never should have been designated an economic opportunity area. It should have been zoned and designated as conservation land. And that has been our position since the first proposal many, many years ago. The argument that this proposal has been scaled down to a minimal size and that something much worse would be permitted if this application is not approved is not tenable. And we need only look at historical precedent as example. The city has rejected no fewer than 4 prior iterations of this project under this name and the name Village at Crystal Spring going back nearly a decade. The applicants have been very clever in rebranding this as a new development, but make no mistake, this is just a different version of the same project. Instead of using those early proposals as our baseline, however, we ask that you use a frame of reference that is more reality-based. The large intact 99 acres of forest that is currently the largest carbon reservoir and open space in the city limits. Why would the city permit a 36 acre development in the middle of this undisturbed tract of land? This again gets at the compatibility of the proposed project with the surrounding area, neighborhood, and landscape. The applicants have presented their proposal as if the outcome of the project is already a given and does not acknowledge the existence of multiple serious and significant impacts. Crab Creek Conservancy would like to point out for the public record that many impacts of the project have not even been discussed or presented during the Planning Commission hearings. Tonight, I will present many of these impacts with supporting data and analysis. In this context, it is important to remember that the applicant's submission is simply a proposed plan, and an imperfect one at that. The ongoing stormwater debacle at Parkside Preserve serves as an example of what can happen to even the best laid plans. An ounce of prevention in this case is worth 100 pounds of enforcement, and if the city cannot enforce stormwater compliance now, how much confidence can we have that it can do so for a development with 3 times the footprint? This also calls into question the city's capacity and process to permit such a massive project in such an environmentally sensitive area today in 2022, an era when climate change is accelerating and large intact blocks of forest are increasingly rare. Real quick, with regard to the process, the promotion and advertisement of this hearing series has been scant and can hardly be called adequate for a project that will have such wide-ranging and long-term impacts on the community. For one, no effort has been made to engage or reach out to the nearby public housing communities. There was a sign posted on the corner of Forest Drive and Spa Road, but that sign still, to this day, indicates a single hearing date of December 16th, 2021. Anyone walking or driving by that sign would be under the impression that any public process is long over. As a result, we are requesting that the public record be kept open for an additional 30-day comment period. allowing all public stakeholders who are just now becoming aware of this project to fully engage and provide input. I will now present several other issues and information about the environmental impacts that we feel must be taken into account and that the applicants are not including or acknowledging in their proposal. First, on project size, the applicants have proposed a complex with 350 units, 302 of which are independent living units. They complain that denial of a tree variance would create an undue hardship and that the site cannot be used without a tree variance. This again gets at the sheer size and scale of the project. What is our baseline? We can look at the old proposals from 2012, or we can look at the site's current undeveloped ecological condition. There is nothing preventing the applicants from submitting a proposal that is a tenth of the size of this one to avoid all disturbance to the existing priority forest stands. According to the National Center for Assisted Living, the average size of assisted living facilities in the US today is 33 licensed beds. In Maryland, the average is only 19. Taking this information into account, this puts the development into a whole new perspective. On stormwater, the applicants testified that their stormwater management plan is allegedly designed to handle 125% of the runoff capacity required by the city. But this is based on data from the last century. For example, the 25-year 24-hour rainfall event figure of 6.27 inches cited by Gerald Weingrad on December 16th is derived from the NOAA Precipitation Frequency Atlas, which is based on data no more recent than the year 2000. We are already seeing increased frequency and magnitude of flood events in Annapolis. The downtown area flooded twice last year alone, and this is only projected to become worse. Water tables are rising and salt water is incurring into our groundwater. So in this context, we have to ask, what baseline should we use? If we use the data through 2021, then 125% capacity may really only be 90% of the current 25-year event. And then that forces the question, what will it be in 10 or even 20 years? The stormwater management plan is based on the finished state of the development and does not take the construction phase into account. And this is the riskiest phase for water quality from siltation, sedimentation, and conductivity. We are now seeing extensive siltation of waterways occurring at Parkside Preserve, largely the direct result of clearing 12 acres of priority forest at that site, as City Council Representative Rob Savage has written about frequently. The footprint of VPP will be 3 times larger and will remove more than twice the amount of priority forest. The additional road clearing footprint during construction from the extension of Skipper's Lane will have additional direct and indirect impacts. Combined with the heavy equipment placement and movement over the entire area, the total area of impacts will likely exceed the design footprint of the project itself, leading to ground disturbance, soil erosion, soil compaction, and soil carbon loss through oxidation, all having multiplied downstream siltation and sedimentation effects. The Conservancy is extremely concerned about what this will do to the health of the watershed. I want to talk about buffer strips. This is something that came up in previous hearings a lot. The buffer strips of trees along Forest Drive and the other roads are not viable stands of forest relative to the large contiguous block of forest that's there now. When asked by the commission, the claim was made by the applicants back on December 16th that these stands would be viable and would see no increased mortality. This claim disregards the widely accepted and well-studied effects of forest fragmentation, such as increased heat, lower humidity, soil degradation, and biological invasion, the effects of which can reach 500 to 1,000 feet into the forest. The proximity of the roads will also be additional stressors on these remaining stands. The buffer strips will only be a couple of 100 feet wide, and this would also all be taking place in a changing, warming climate, with extreme heat and drought events becoming more commonplace as time goes on. Now, the applicants have failed to submit nor has the city considered any information regarding impacts to species of greatest conservation need, or GCN species. The applicant's forest stand delineation report refers repeatedly to, quote, generalist wildlife, unquote. But if you dig further into their document submissions, they admit that their consultants only performed a single day of wildlife usage surveys in March. This is at a time when many GCN species either have not arrived or are not active. For example, in March, GCN bird species that migrate from Central and South America haven't even begun their several thousand-mile journey. The Cornell Lab of Ornithology has data documenting some 54 GCN species on this site, and that is nearly 40% of all the GCN birds listed statewide by the DNR. Several of these are neotropical migrants like Acadian flycatcher, scarlet tanager, American redstart, wood thrush, and ovenbird, each of which have been confirmed to breed here at Crystal Spring Forest within the last 5 years. All of these species have shown statewide and national declines. In addition, the Maryland DNR's letter to Wetland Studies and Solutions dated June 15th, 2021, states that the site contains forest interior dwelling bird habitat, and building a 36-acre development in the middle of this habitat will displace breeding individuals of these species, having long-term consequences for their populations on the peninsula. With respect to reptiles and amphibians, there's been no herpetological inventory conducted. The Maryland DNR lists 45 reptiles and amphibians that are GCN in Maryland. At least 3 of these, the eastern box turtle, eastern king snake, and eastern mud salamander, were documented in the area during the most recent Maryland Herpetological Atlas project. Crab Creek Conservancy has credible evidence based on the quality of the habitat that these species, as well as wood turtle, likely live on site. And we are very concerned about impacts to these reptiles and amphibians and the 19 other species documented during the Atlas project. Without adequate scientifically sound surveys on the property, there can be no confidence in claims that there will be no impacts to reptiles and amphibians on site. The lack of data and overgeneralization by the applicants call into serious question the scientific validity and completeness of the information submitted and claims that they have made within their FSD report. When landscapes are developed, one of the most egregious impacts is water pollution from landscaping chemicals such as fertilizers, herbicides, and/or pesticides. Nutrient and chemical runoff are one of the top pollutants in the Chesapeake Bay, with 300 million pounds of nitrogen entering the bay each year. Fertilizer and other landscaping chemicals are one of the leading sources of these pollutants, and the applicants have indicated during their testimony that they may use chemicals in the form of fertilizers or pesticides on the Village at Providence Point development. At the January 20th hearing, Mr. Hyatt speculated that he did not think that, quote, Agent Orange, unquote, is going to be used on the forest mitigation sites. Well, this obvious attempt at sarcasm was, I think, in poor taste, and it demonstrates low respect for and understanding of the harmful impacts of many regulated chemical substances. Regardless of what is used on the forest sites, however, the Conservancy's primary concern here is the fertilizer and other chemicals that would be used in landscaping on the project footprint itself. So while they've diverted attention to focus on the stream channel restoration, the pollution runoff from the landscaping chemicals would directly run into Crab Creek and the South River. And so I've been underscoring the theme of climate change, and this is the most existential threat of our time. Annapolis has tried to create a green image in adopting a sustainability plan that aims to reach carbon neutrality by 2050. But while the city takes certain actions on climate to reach this goal, it is not addressing the projected loss of the largest carbon reservoir within its city limits and the largest unprotected one on the peninsula. That's Crystal Spring Forest. Based on average carbon storage figures for 80-year-old stands of forest in our region from the U.S. Forest Service, the removal of 27 acres of priority forest alone, not including the other 9 acres of project footprint, and other indirect impacts would release somewhere between 7,000 and 9,000 tons of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. To our knowledge, no detailed accounting of the carbon emissions and climate impacts has been provided. If this project is permitted, the city will effectively be making the decision to allow these emissions to occur. What is the plan to mitigate these emissions? How long would the proposed forest mitigation take to eventually absorb that carbon, if ever? And has this even been assessed? How will the mitigation replace the soil carbon that will be lost and all of the biota that goes along with it? Combined with the aforementioned effects of forest fragmentation, the city could potentially be creating a perfect storm of conditions for a negative feedback loop, resulting in even more climate and environmental impacts as time goes by. In light of the previous issue, the forest mitigation that's proposed falls far short of what is considered industry best practice for forest restoration and the restoration of ecological functions, especially in a changing climate. Crab Creek Conservancy commented on this extensively in our public comments submitted for the preliminary forest conservation plan. Tonight, I want to emphasize that the applicants have only proposed 2 years of monitoring and maintenance of the young tree plantings in their preliminary FCP, despite claims to the contrary made by Mr. Hyatt during the January 20th commission hearing. And I'm getting this information because it was presented during the November 10th virtual public meeting broadcast on the Annapolis City YouTube channel on the Forest Conservation Plan. I want to point out that the FCA ordinance requires 5 years, and the scientifically sound best practice today in 2022 is at least 10 years to ensure adequate growth, establishment, and recruitment. In addition, there's no plan to address climate change, both in terms of not just from how much carbon these plantings are expected to absorb, but also in terms of what measures will be taken to ameliorate the effects of the increased heat, drought, and flooding over the coming years to ensure the tree survival. The reality is no amount of reforestation on site will likely absorb the amount of carbon emissions into the atmosphere that will result from this project. Speaking of forest mitigation, another significant deficiency of the FCP is the use of 1-for-1 acreage of street trees as replacement for the intact forest. I don't think the public is really aware of this. The current science on this is clear that street trees do not provide anywhere near the ecological function, including the carbon sequestration of intact priority forest. Yet the applicants have proposed 3.5 acres of street trees as acceptable mitigation. Again, I'll point you to our preliminary FCP comments from November 29th, and that's part of the public record. Ms. Strong-Pratt, I was very happy to hear Ms. Strong-Pratt's testimony earlier because we also believe in environmental justice, and she speak to that very well. She did speak to that very well. Environmental justice refers to the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people, regardless of race, color, national origin, or income, with respect to the development, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policies. This includes significant permitting actions such as the one before you. And as Ms. Strong-Pratt commented, there has been no environmental justice analysis performed for this project on the potential impacts to the adjacent low-income and public housing communities and whether these impacts would be disproportionate to those communities. The Planning Commission, therefore, should request an environmental justice assessment be completed and submitted before any permitting decision is made. And in addition, because many of these stakeholders are just now becoming aware of the project and its potential impacts, the public record should be kept open for an additional 30 days via a public comment period. Finally, I want to discuss cumulative impacts. And I'll only talk about this tonight in the context of traffic because it's a good example, but it's also very highly applicable to all of the environmental impacts I've talked about, especially chemical runoff, stormwater, climate change, and habitat loss. This is fundamental to understanding environmental impacts of permitting actions now in the 21st century. The applicants allege that traffic will not worsen with this development if it's built, but let's take a look first at their own numbers. According to their live testimony from the the January 6th and January 20th hearings, at least 340 vehicles would be kept on site from independent living. Then in addition, some 65 to 80 employees, plus vendors, care providers, and visitors will be traveling to the site each day. We can make all the optimistic assumptions we want to about ridership, public transit use, daily trips, and anticipated travel days. However, one thing is very clear today in the age of COVID-19, and that is that people are relying on their cars for transportation more than ever. Public transit use is way down, and projections are not good for recovery anytime soon. So let's take this into consideration with all of the other proposed development in the city. Planning and zoning lists 543 units that are currently proposed within city limits. Incidentally, the Village of Providence Point is listed at 0 units, and probably this is because of a loophole that doesn't count these units as housing. This also does not take into account the 58 units at the Willows at Forest Drive that are planned adjacent to Crystal Spring. So when people say traffic will increase, that's because they're looking at the data and looking at the trends. Any statement to the contrary is a denial of the facts and an attempt to greenwash the truth. Even if Skipper's Lane could alleviate any of the traffic congestion on Forest Drive, it would have no benefit to traffic elsewhere in the Forest Drive corridor. And this example is very illustrative of why the city cannot make this permitting decision in isolation of the cumulative effects of other current and projected future permitting actions. In closing, I just want to say that you, the commissioners, have before you a very important decision. As officials responsible for taking into consideration all of the relevant information, I urge you to take seriously these concerns and issues that I and others have raised. These issues are based in sound science and analysis, as well as fundamental observation. The applicants only want you to see what they want you to consider, and they have inundated you with a lot of diagrams and plans as a distraction from some of these very real impacts that this project will have. So as a result, I feel you have a moral and intellectual responsibility to consider all of this information on these issues and not just the selected ones presented by the applicants. This decision is going to have irreversible consequences for the community and the natural systems on which we depend. Thank you very much. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gradian. You nailed it there. Very professional, concise, and hitting multiple points on multiple avenues. The vehicles on site listed as 0. Could you reattack that for us to re-highlight that and how that factors into the analysis?
So I was talking about the number of units.
I'm sorry, the units.
Yeah, that's where it's in the monthly update on Planning and Zoning's website. The most recent update is from November 2021. And each line item in that document for each proposal that's currently in the pipeline lists the number of units that each proposal is putting forth. And this is, this is part of that, but there are no units listed for this project in that document.
I find that odd. Staff, what would be the reasoning behind that?
Mr. Chairman? Yes, again, I think we talked about this a little bit earlier in regard to moderate priced dwelling units, but an institution for the care of the aged is not considered residential units.
Gotcha.
Exactly. And I think that's our point, is that it's still going to have the effect and the impact of residential units. So it's really a loophole.
Well, it's been considered in the traffic impact, of course.
It is, but yeah, it just kind of somewhat misleading to the public, I would guess, is the argument listed as 0 units, but there are going to be units there. So there, hopefully everybody gets that, members of the public, where that number is not accounted for on our planning and zoning site. Kind of an oddity. So, and kind of, you almost feel like it should be counted in. The 3.5 acres of street trees, that was listed as offsetting for parts of the removal. And I wanted to get from Mr. Hyatt, please make it a minute or less, or one of the arborists on hand. That 3.5 acres of street trees is accommodating exactly what in return? And I hopefully we have the experts still online.
I would ask Mr. Klobasco to address that if he's on the line.
I'm here. Everybody can hear me.
Yes.
The 3.5 acres of street trees, it's the formula in the city of Annapolis. And you plant so many street trees, a percentage of that can be counted toward reforestation. And that's what's been done in this case.
Yes, but what is that ratio and accommodation to trees you're removing and canopy you're removing? You know what I mean? You're replacing with street trees. Is it just canopy versus canopy, or is it actually, how are you relating that? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's being really there's 195 street trees that are being planted. And you look at their diameter over a 30-year period, and you can calculate the amount of canopy coverage that each tree will provide after a 30-year period. And then you add that all up, and that comes to 3.56 acres.
So it's really canopy for canopy.
Yes.
Direct correlation.
Yes.
But the argument made by Mr. Gradian is that it's not really. And Mr. Gradian, can you rebut that for me?
Sure. So the way that's presented in the forest conservation plan is a 1-for-1 acre basis. So they've added up the street trees somehow to come up to 3.5 acres and say that that's good enough for 3.5 acres of removal of the priority forest.
And that's how I understand they've done it as well. Okay, so that's
so.
Gonna mean,
so are you? Can I ask a question on that? So are you asserting
that formula is not transparent? And like I said, so street trees grow on lawn. They grow adjacent to a road. There's grass. There's no understory. There's no organic matter or very little organic matter. It's not forest. There's no ecological function associated with these street trees. That's our bottom line point. And
so are you asserting that they're not following the law, or that the law is wrong? What's your assertion?
Could be both. Yeah, I mean, the fact that the law does that is questionable. That it allows street trees to be given credit is questionable. And in terms of the 2022 modern forest science and ecological understanding, that I am a little
right. But we're
surprised
not here to debate that law. That's not our purview.
Like I said, it is also questionable as to we don't know how that's being calculated, and so it seems very subjective and arbitrary how they're meeting that criterion.
Go ahead, Tom.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, there's nothing subjective and arbitrary about it. The State Forest Conservation Act was adopted in 1992, and shortly thereafter, it was amended to allow urban jurisdictions to utilize the 30-year mature canopy area of street trees to count as mitigation. So we use the street tree manual. It lists multiple hundreds of trees, species, and what their 30-year mature canopy is. Some are 900 square feet, some are 1,000 or better, depending on the species. So that's what is utilized on an area basis to calculate the credit one's given for street trees. And that's at a 30-year. Most of these street trees are going to live well beyond that and get much larger than that.
And I understand what you're saying. I understand what Alex is saying. I understand what Ross is saying. I mean, it's a little bit of apples and oranges, but it is the law as well.
Well,
Ross, go ahead.
I do have some additional thoughts on that, because you're giving 30-year credit for an 80-year-old forest. And so that to me is not equal. You're not getting nearly you're not getting the carbon sequestration. You're not getting the understory, just a lot of function that you're not getting. And that is not the same. That is what we're saying. You need to look at all of the ecological values of this forest. And it's not enough. I'm gonna rebut Mr. Klein here, because it's not enough to say just, why can't we debate the merits of the code here, because there's been a lot of bad laws on the books in history.
Oh, no question about that.
Yeah, I don't
We
think
have
it's
lots of
enough.
them on
I
our
don't think
books,
it's enough to
but
make
it's not our purview to debate those here.
Well,
we
it is our purview to make a good decision, and a good decision may not always be the legal decision.
Help us out with that.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying, Ross. I do.
I mean, I'm not saying do something illegal. I'm just saying the law should be stronger.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I understand what you're saying. Anyone else? Questions of Mr. Gradian?
Yeah, Mr. Gradian, I mean, I struggle with this. You've made very good points, and I appreciate the work that you've put in on this, and you raised some, very deep concerns that many of us have. But I do have to question you on a couple of things. When you said that this property is unsuitable for large development, and that the average size of a senior living center in Maryland is 19 beds, and that earlier on in the written statement, it said something about it should be developed at 1/10 of what's being proposed.
No, I did not say that.
Oh,
I said
let me just ask the question generally.
Yeah.
Okay. In your mind, what is suitable there?
I think I already said that very clearly. This is suitable as conservation land.
But it's not zoned as conservation land.
No, but it should be.
But we can't zone it as conservation land.
The city has authority to change the zoning.
The city council has authority to change the zoning as part of a comprehensive rezoning of things, but the planning commission doesn't.
I'm not asking you to per se.
Oh, how am I supposed to decide to deny the application based upon what it should be conservation zone? How can I deny it if it's not a conservation zone?
I think this is an area that you need to think about. I'm not going to answer that for you.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
I have one question, and I appreciate the comments about the environmental justice comments. I'm just curious if you have some suggestions of how an environmental justice review might be done, and what on our books would have us ask for such a thing, and what would we even ask for? How is that sort of thing done?
That's a good question. I'm glad you asked that. Let's start with engagement first, and not a full assessment, but at least with engagement. And Ms. Strong-Pratt said this clearly. It requires a little effort. It's not just posting a sign or putting an ad in the paper and assume that everyone in the general public sees these things. Environmental justice engagement, engaging an environmental justice community, takes some extra effort. So it means going into those communities, putting special postings, putting special announcements, and so forth, or setting up a special public meeting specifically targeted towards those communities. And as far as conducting assessments, there's plenty of guidance out there, public guidance on environmental justice assessment. I can refer you to some resources on how to go about that.
So one thing that I would encourage you to do is, in the presentation we were given, I think it's tab 2, it goes into a lot of detail on a public meeting, and it has signatures of the people that were there. It's that sort of community meeting that was held at a local church that I think you're talking about, and that happened, and it was presented to us. The attendee list and the meeting minutes are there. So I mean, it's at least happened once, and the presentation that was shown there, looks pretty much like what you've seen here, plus or minus a few details as they've changed over time in discussions with staff. But that kind of thing has taken place.
So what church was that? I'm not familiar with this.
St. Martin's.
Yeah, I have to look it up.
Where is Juliana Circle?
That is, it's right. There are
Right
three.
next to the west side of the project where the road.
Yeah,
would
there
go
are three.
through Skipper's
There are
Lane.
3 developments on Newtown Drive. There's Juliana Circle, Woodside Gardens, and Newtown 20.
The first one you come to when you come off of Forest
Juliana
Drive.
Circle.
Well, as I look through the list of the people who were sent notices of this meeting, there are a lot of Juliana Circle people.
Right, and people signed in. With people signed in to this public meeting. So you had to actually be there and sign your name and your address and your email address or whatever. So anyway, I mean, to say there was no engagement, I think is a little disingenuous. Maybe there could be more. I guess there could always be more.
I'm not the
I'm
only
willing
one
to accept
saying
that.
that. And has Woodside Gardens been engaged? Has Newtown 20 been engaged?
Is Juliana Circle in Woodside Gardens?
No, they're next to each other.
Next to each other.
Sort of. Yeah,
Okay,
they're.
well,
just sort of
I don't know the
circles.
answer, but there were a lot of letters that were sent out.
Yep.
I mean, to people as far away as Janwall Court.
Right.
So,
Yeah, I mean,
Mr.
again,
Gradient,
you can always do this more, but
Mr.
it has been
Gradient,
done.
you raise the crucial aspects of our civilization, okay? You really do. It pains me. The things that you say, well, not everything, but a fair number of what you say is accurate. It's true. We're going to lose bird habitat. We're going to lose this kind of habitat. We're going to lose that kind of habitat. But we have to operate in a concrete, in a real environment. And so we have to make a decision on an application. And if you who are clearly a deep thinker about these issues and is very conversant with the law and regulations of all different kinds, engage with the Planning Commission on suggestions about how the city code can be changed. Think about these things in a longer term policy basis, rather than trying to respond to this, to an application for which we're limited in terms of what we can do.
I don't think this is an either or. I think the Conservancy intends to continue to engage on these issues.
Good.
We are, anything that impacts our watershed and our neighboring areas, we are very concerned about.
I agree.
This is
and
not
I
an
think
either or, and the fact is, if this is permitted, it can't be undone.
that's true. And that's true of everything that we have ever done in America since 1650. Or 24, or whatever the hell it is, to people came from Europe. But you and I live in a house, and you and I live in houses that took over from forest land. And we simply sit on a big dunghill of history. The question is, what do we do from here? And like I said, this is not a policy arena. This is a concrete application in which there's some boundaries to what we can do. I can't change the zone. If it should have been put into conservation, that's one thing, but now I can't do it tonight. So all I'm extending to you is an offer to work with you on longer term policy issues that the Planning Commission can suggest in the next comprehensive plan, can suggest to the City Council itself. And thank you for the work that you did on this, because you really put a lot of things right squarely in front of the public.
Yeah, I agree. I think the analysis provided in your write-up was well thought out, for sure.
Thank you. I mean, I hope this does begin a dialogue. We'll have more to say about this, and we do hope you'll consider the 30-day public comment period. I think there still is a lot more that needs to get into the record, not just from us, but from a lot of others.
Well, they have 2 weeks to get it in until noon on February 17th. Let there be no mistakes about that.
What is happening on February 17th?
Well,
our next meeting. So we're, I mean, obviously, Mr. Grady, and this is going to be continued till our next meeting because we still haven't gotten to one or two other people that wanted to do live testimony. So yes, it's going to be continued to the next meeting, which gives another 2 weeks. That satisfies your request somewhat already. And we're not closing public testimony just tonight. It's going to continue. That's a good thing. Agreed?
Yeah, our custom, Mr. Gredian, has been after the presentation is concluded, the public testimony can begin, but there's also that 2-week segment where people can absorb what was said in the presentations and respond.
Correct.
So
that's correct.
Okay.
Because we just finished actually having the presentation completed tonight by Mr. Hyatt and the gang. So digest the information, members of the public, and we will continue on. It is now 10:25, and there was still one person left that wanted to provide testimony. That was Ms. Laura Townsend. We have received some, hold on.
Mr. Chair,
Yes?
since you and I last spoke, we have had Christine Dunham enter the attendee list, who is also on the public testimony list.
You know, she's one of the ones I asterisked and I'd like to have speak. Look, can we have Ms. Dunham get active right now? Because I mean, if we can fit her in, that would be a bonus.
Absolutely, yes.
And
Ms. Dunham and Ms. Townsend are still both on the list.
Well, we can at least get to Ms. Dunham. Ms. Dunham, are you there? One person left that wanted to. Ms. Dunham, I believe you're. I see you there.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Since you and I last spoke, we have had Christine Dunham enter the attendee list.
Ms. Dunham, you need to deselect the volume on your YouTube because it's delaying about 10 seconds and it's coming through here real time. So if you could just deselect that and then we won't have the feedback. But Ms. Dunham, I want to congratulate you on your write-up. That was very interesting, a little bit entertaining, so it grabbed your attention. So I would like to have you provide your public testimony. And I have your address as 18 Silverwood Circle, makes you a resident of Annapolis, taxpayer, and we'd love to hear from you. So please proceed.
Okay, Christine Dunham, 19-and-a-half-year resident of Eastport and Annapolis Neck, most recently of 18 Silverwood Circle, temporarily at 251 Admiral Cochran Drive while purchasing back into the city. It was noted at the December meeting that there were no dissenting opinions, but as a former member of the Save Crystal Spring group, I will have to dissent on that point. While the efforts to reduce the size and scope of the project and to install best management practices are certainly highly commendable, there will still be a significant impact from fragmenting this forest through development in a wide road. This will significantly reduce the forest scale despite the easement and set aside portions, its viability and its ability to produce ecosystem benefits and provide key habitat, including for forest interior dwelling species. In addition, the environmental impacts from new roads are well known, as is the fact that additional road capacity simply leads to increased usage. We cannot build our way out of traffic congestion with more or wider roads. This could be an even greater model of collaboration if such a development was being built on a gray field or existing developed land rather than on a green field or undeveloped land. In this case, in the middle of an existing priority, not to mention the last forest on the sadly named Forest Drive. The project is somewhat inexplicably held up as a model of smart growth, despite violating one of the main principles of smart growth, That is to direct growth to redevelopment opportunities on existing impervious surfaces or essentially existing developed land with existing infrastructure. Oddly, the project doesn't even make use of the existing impervious surfaces or front the road, but chooses instead to place the development deeper into the forest and to plant over those areas while cutting down other areas. The only explanation alluded to this was to provide an aesthetic and noise buffer for the wealthy patients, a consideration not afforded to any of the other residents along DeForested Drive, and one that simply serves to further fragment the forest. In addition, the area was referenced in the county's Green Infrastructure Plan appendix in the table of the small area plan greenway recommendations. For this spot, this included conservation easements or designation as a possible transfer of development rights, sending area, or woodland preservation district, or acquisition with, quote, future need for a multi-use trail or greenway easement through the property, end quote. It appears from the prior meetings that it is a foregone conclusion that this will go forward, given the often mentioned time, effort, and funds invested, and likely the sway held in this city by developers and their representatives. Unfortunately, most of the public is completely unaware of this development or its impacts. But perhaps we can step back to rethink what is possible, what it would take to get there, and what cumulative impacts would result if this development went forward, rather than viewing this in complete isolation. It was previously noted that there is no political will to consider other options and that there's simply no funding. Yet, as we all know, we are in a state now flushed with a surplus of funds and competing visions on what to do with that. Given the repeated questions and comments about limited public open space, combined with the impending climate crisis, perhaps reconsideration of this crucial environmental asset as a crucial public asset might be a worthy starting point. I ask you to please reconsider that this must go forward to develop in the Crystal Spring Forest. Thank you.
Ms. Dunham, thank you very much for that. Very concise, to the point. And in the past, no dissenting opinions. I believe the comment that people keep referencing is that at that time we had no dissenting opinions, and we were actually asking. And I was hoping we would get some, so we would get a full encompassing circle of all the community out there and what they think. Because clearly in the past, nobody was 100% for this project or against it. So we wanted to have a full gamut of that. That's where that statement comes from. And another item of thinking that this is a foregone conclusion, this is going to go through. I completely disagree with that view. As a commission, we are by process and by law, we're supposed to hear all of the evidence and hear everyone out. And you hear as we keep going on and we keep continuing because we want that public comment. We want to hear everybody out there, and we weren't getting them. But we had a lot to put out there. So this keeps going. And Ms. Dunham, I hope you get some more faith with it and that it's not over. And if you think that and you put that out there, people might start believing it. But I'm going to put it out there that it's not over until we hear everybody and we hear all the data and the evidence, and then we can make a sensible decision. So thank you, Ms. Dunham. And I appreciate your concerns. Very, very valid. Any commissioners have anything for Ms. Dunham? Any questions?
Yeah, I do actually. So I was really impressed with Ms. Dunham's testimony, and I was wondering if you could share with us a little bit of your background. It sounds like you know what you're talking about, and I'd like to know a little bit. Are you an environmentalist, or what is?
I work in the environmental field. I cannot speak on behalf of my employer. I've worked in the environmental field for a number of years. I have one of my graduate degrees is in urban planning, so I have a particular interest in smart growth. I've studied the issue for a number of years, going back to the Glendenning administration, of course. But I'm speaking purely as a longtime resident and not on behalf of any employer or entity.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. We don't recognize experts, but it's nice to know what credentials you might have. So thank you.
Might be hunting for another commissioner there, huh, Dave? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Gosh, got to laugh at something. Geez. Any other questions for Ms. Dunham?
Thank you.
Ms. Dunn, I'm sorry we don't have any more questions. It is 10:33 at night. That might be part of it, but maybe
Thank
the
you.
next meeting. Thank you very much. And from getting some word from East portions, it's always good. Last, we have Ms. Laura Townsend still wants to talk, I believe. And as commissioners, I'm okay with letting her go forward if you're okay with it at the time. So let's go forth, staff, and let's get her online.
Good evening, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak. First, I would like to explain something. One of your commissioners said that he hoped that the situation that evolved was a misunderstanding. And I believe that it was. And I'd like to provide some background. Prior to the December 16th, myself and every member that I know of Crab Creek Conservancy and several other members of the public were actually told that we were limited to 450 words in 3 minutes. We were actually told that. I could find the email. So there's been a considerable back and forth about us trying to have an appropriate amount of time to convey our information. Prior to this hearing, I submitted an email to the planning, to Mr. Smith and the city attorney, because I wanted just to ensure that I could submit material that would not fit into the online format that included pictures and maps and all the other material you've seen. And maybe the wrong person answered me, but I asked 2 very specific questions: how to submit that detailed data that would not fit into the online format, and what was required to speak. And I got pretty much a form email back from Hillary Raftovich, which just reiterated that I had to use the form. And so that's what that email exchange was based on, if you go back and forth. I asked a question and I got an answer that seemed to double down on the fact that I was going to be limited to the 450 words and that format. And I did acknowledge in a subsequent email that Mr. Smith kindly stepped in and made the gesture that, yes, they would take my lengthier submission via email. So that was purely a case of misunderstanding and perhaps the wrong person answering my email. I would also like to say that I submitted my comments in my name only as a resident that lives on the Forest Drive corridor. I am the vice president of Crab Creek Conservancy, but because I am a declared candidate for state office, I am submitting them on my own behalf. So for what it's worth, please note that Ross did a wonderful job of conveying to you all the detailed science that he's very good at, and that has been a part of our submissions in opposition to this project for years now. And I will summarize for people that haven't been able to read them yet what is contained, and I promise you this won't take long. But
take as much time as you need. Take as much time as you need.
Before, I had reserved the right to speak after the applicant's presentation because, you know, as you listen, you always think of more things and you have more questions. So I even typed some into my little remarks as we went along. So, so I will begin. The first is, as was made evident in my lengthy submission, that the project has not been held to the MPDU requirement. The developer asserts that it is exempt, and I do not believe it is. They keep mentioning that it's an institution. The word institution is not mentioned in the Annapolis Code. And according to Maryland Commercial Law 23-101, as I mentioned, this development is not considered a continuing care retirement community because it's owned by a religious organization. So I've seen the contract, someone passed it along to me, and it looks pretty much like a lease. And I made some analogies in there. It comports the same model as a college dorm where you get a meal allowance and you get housing, and those are considered legal housing. So I do think that needs to be reviewed by an outside lawyer. I went back to the original annexation agreement, and I actually had the benefit of two aldermen reviewing it with me, in a matter of speaking. One is a current alderman and one is a former one. And they pointed out that the Annapolis Code specifies that if an annexation, if it's been 10 years since the original agreement and nothing has been done, that it's subject to reformation or reformation. I'm not sure. So that deadline has passed and nothing was done. So there needs to be some explanation as to what the city's process is when you have allowed that deadline to elapse and not taken the appropriate steps. There are some people who could make the argument that you can't consider this application if the city has not finished the process of reforming the original annexation agreement. There was a resolution, the R2116, that mentioned revisiting the public facilities that were a part of it. But as near as myself, a former alderman and a current alderman could tell and research, nothing was ever done with that after that. We've all stated the project will create enormous environmental harm. And since my friend Ross has spent so much time going over the detailed science, I'm not going to repeat that here, but you know, we've reserved the right to bring that up. The project, when it's both separately and combined with the other two projects, are along main arteries of the Annapolis Neck and would create traffic burdens that even the addition of feeder lanes and access to roads won't sufficiently alleviate. When taken in concert with the recently approved Primrose project and the pending Willows project, there is a triangulation that would cause potentially catastrophic traffic problems at the Hilltop Spa Forest, and Hilltop Forest intersections. All these intersections are choke points, while concurrently also being backup routes when there's an unusual traffic event on Forest that causes gridlock. I've also heard a lot of competing theories tonight about the role and values of a skipper lane extension. On the one hand, the developers want you to believe it's a relief road that residents will love and use to get around and transit from Eris to Spa or other points. Everyone will love it because it's going to be faster than being on Forest Drive. It's a wonderful solution and a thoroughfare. But on the other hand, I've heard it's going to be a very slow, gentle road with obstacles and old people and really not too much traffic. Those are contradictory. I've heard how Skipper's Lane has always been in the plans, which is an attempt at a justification, but most of those plans were kicked around before the other developments along Newtown Drive in the vicinity. I heard a commissioner tonight ask John Harrison how many dwellings could be put on the lot, and there was a supposition that under the zoning it could have 600 units on it. It's worth mentioning that originally someone proposed 622 homes, see the 2005 resolution for the parcel, and that was shot down. So in realistic terms, that's, well, not a realistic answer. I also want to remind you that there was a Supreme Court ruling that zoning is not a taking. Not a legislative taking, not anything, if there is any remaining use for a parcel. So denying a variance is not a taking. And if you want to look it up, that's Village of Euclid versus Ambler Realty. And it was done in 1926. So that's pretty well established law. I've heard it called modest. I don't consider a scale that starts at 500K and goes to 1.2 million with over $3,000 a month in extra fees modest. And I submitted the whole sales contract to you. You have the pricing schedule there. I suggest you look at it. On the access issues and the trails, I'm wondering if Skipper's Lane is to be used by the public as a through road from Eris to Spa. How do you expect to parse the idea that the road is public, but the adjacent land is not? What kind of trespass buffer zone will there be? How far do you have to stray from the road to be trespassing? 5 feet, 10 feet, 20 feet? What about the kids that might walk from down Skipper's Lane to get to Annapolis Middle School? There's a real opportunity for uncertainty and exploitation there. Environmental and racial equity demands that all the nearby stakeholders be heard. There are significant numbers of persons in the communities along Newtown Drive that feel they've been ignored or even deceived and are against the project and proposed extension of Skipper's Lane. And you know, I know this because I had discussions with Tony Strong Pratt. So while the developers disingenuously spin the idea there'll be improved access for these residents in these communities, the reality is their neighborhood will be subject to the daily intrusion of hundreds of vehicles belonging to residents of the proposed project or service providers, or even worse, multiples if Amazon delivery trucks start rolling through there. They go there several times a day. I almost never go through my neighborhood without seeing one. Since Forest Drive is a known traffic headache, which backs up with little provocation, once Skipper's Lane is extended to create a continuous road from Aristide Allen to Spa, all bets are off when frustrated drivers use that route as a shortcut around the other traffic. And that creates concerns for the residents there, especially as their kids use those areas. There's no recreation areas really in any of those communities back on Newtown Drive. I watched 3 girls playing in the parking lot the other day. Those are the very real concerns that parents there have, and parents that probably really weren't aware of how close that route would be to their parking lots and to their backyards. And there seems to be no consideration for their opinions or objective. So I really do think that the racial and environmental equity is a huge piece here. And I can tell you that I spoke with some people who were under the impression or had been sold the idea that the Skipper's Lane extension was required to build the Willows with the affordable housing complex, which is the affordable housing complex that will come before the Planning Commission. So I don't know if that's true. That was their impression, but that sounds awfully bad because you can't condition a community's approval of a project on a false premise. You can't allege something will be built as part of a trade-off when it's not even out of the planning process yet. And all of this just illustrates how much more work has to be done to go into these neighborhoods, get their permission, their opinion, and hear them out. When you do an actuarial analysis that contrasts the city and taxpayer costs as a result of this project with its theoretical revenues, there seems to be little economic benefit to the city. The cost that Annapolis will be required to provide eternally, in one sense, or infinitely, as mitigation for infrastructure maintenance and upgrades, to provide for traffic relief, provide fire, police, and EMS services to a population with a high demand for those, and to offset the environmental harms combined with all the other yet as unknown costs are too high. We have other more pressing needs in the city that have existed for years: affordable housing, flood control, transportation issues, and social service needs and obligations that are underserved and underfunded. There is an overabundance of senior housing. Somebody who read my paper was discussing that earlier. And I made the point that it's a city of a population of 39,000, and we have more than the national average of such housing per capita for the aging demographic. So currently, Annapolis is known for its beauty and history, but much less like Las Vegas is known for quickie weddings, and Reno for quickie divorces, and Delaware for sham corporations. If the current trend holds, Annapolis will be known as the nursing home capital of the East. That doesn't play well in the tourist brochure, and it won't help our economy. But zoning variances are privilege, not a right. I heard the term strict enforcement with a complaint that it would be a burden for the owner. I don't know of any other area of law where the idea that strict enforcement is flexible. If you commit a homicide, should you expect the law to be a little lax? If you speed 100 miles an hour and hurt someone, should the law not be strictly enforced? There are good reasons why land has been zoned for limited development, and there are good reasons to preserve the land, especially when an excess of an area has been overly developed and the resources that would be impacted go beyond the parameters of the actual parcel. I'm tired of developers, especially out-of-town developers, crying about the harm they will suffer not being able to destroy our land and the fragile ecosystems, which in some cases are barely hanging on when the piece of land they want to acquire is not currently permitted. I live on waterfront property. I'm a longtime resident and a taxpayer of the county and/or the city. If I want to put in a dock or take down a tree or even cut back native brush, the county demands numerous surveys and explanations, permits and fees, and then even then might not let me do it. They make it quite clear that I do not have the absolute right to do whatever I want with my property. not if my wishes are going to damage the land and the water on which we all depend. And I do want to say that there were some comments about me not being a city resident. I have been a city resident. I ran for city council and won one election and lost one. I'm a county resident, but you're making a decision that impacts much more than just city residents. You have county residents out here that are just over the city line, thousands of us. And this decision will severely impact us. And that's one of the reasons why I'm running for state office, because things like this should not be done as a patchwork, and it should not be done to the exclusion of nearby stakeholders just because they're not in your jurisdiction. You have recognized the enormous impact this development will have. I've heard some of the commissioners state that, and it seems like that they have, very thoughtfully listened to the comments made here. But I do want to make the point that that gives them an additional responsibility, not just to city residents, but to county residents, state residents, and visitors. But county residents and state residents actually will kind of be paying for this development, because the city receives state grants. There's all kinds of money that goes into the mix that do not purely derive from city funds. So we've had a couple other county residents speak before that live right here off of Bay Ridge or Forest Drive. And, I don't think that the commission looks real good basically telling those people to shut up. We care passionately about our communities, and our communities interact with the city. We shop there, we eat there. We're there every day. And so that is why, in addition to all the other remarks made, there's no harm in listening to the people that live around the area where this project would potentially be put in, whether they're county residents or they're residents of a neighborhood that is disenfranchised and disadvantaged, and at this point in time doesn't feel like they've been clearly heard. So those are my comments. Did try and keep it brief, maybe a little longer, and I welcome any questions you have, but it is getting late. And if you don't have questions or you want to ask them later, I understand. Thank you.
Commissioners, do you have any questions of Ms. Laura Townsend or anyone else? Making sure no commissioners are on mute. I'll take that as a no. Okay. All right. Well, that.
I just have. Sorry, I just have.
Go ahead.
I don't know if this is for Ms. Townsend or who would want to field this, but in terms of other uses of this property, there's been a lot of talk of using other money to buy this property to either put in conservation or turn into a park or something like that. I've heard that talked about over the last, 4 different mayors we've had, and it doesn't seem to have gone anywhere. And
no money.
And I haven't seen anything, in the recent past, any efforts to even try to find money. So I'm just sort of curious why that is. Maybe that's a rhetorical question at this point.
It's not you and me both, Alex. Who wouldn't want a park? Who wouldn't want another central park in the middle of Annapolis? It'd be a beautiful thing.
Ms. Townsend's got her hand raised, and I do have one more question for her too.
Go ahead, Dave.
Ms. Townsend, you quoted a legal decision from the 1920s. Can you repeat what that was again?
Sure. Hang on. It's
Euclid versus Ambler Realty.
Yeah, I was going to say I know it was Euclid, but I can give you. It was 1926, and it's the citation is 272 U.S. 365.
Okay.
And that's the classic case that allowed use-based zoning.
The other thing is I don't dare to respond for absolutely everyone on the question of how to turn the parcel into a park. I'm sure many others have opinions and ideas. I have spoken with former Mayor Panelides, haven't gotten into the nitty gritty, but he asserts that there is funding available to acquire the parcel. I have spoken with people about finding a bridge banker. There are numerous conservation groups that have programs that will help municipalities, conservation groups, and communities acquire land. I'm not sure why this has never been pursued very vigorously before, except that I know that some of the administrations that you're including there, when you said 3 or 4 administrations, were actually for this project, and at least a couple of them received campaign contributions from Mr. Hyatt. So I think that there are various reasons that people haven't pursued it with any energy, but it's not impossible. There was a conservation group recently that just handed an Indian tribe millions and millions of dollars to acquire land and keep it in conservation. It is possible to be done. And you can issue bonds, you can find a bridge banker. I've been pursuing some of this. It seems like there has been some, environment amongst some of the people in response to my comments that belittles them. But I can assure you that I am not a lawyer. I've consulted 3 different people who are licensed lawyers, and they do not include the lawyer that Crab Creek Conservancy retained to submit the letter. So there are some very serious legal issues here. And that's why I was bringing them to your attention, because I think everyone is best served if all these issues are pursued vigorously. That's what
the question had to do with what's to be done with the property.
Yes.
I have a question to pursue that a little further. What did Mr. Panelides do to pursue it?
Mr. Panelides was in for 1 term of office. I don't pretend to speak for him. I spoke with him more recently about
know of anything that he did do.
I do know that there were efforts to, at a minimum, scale down the project. But the one thing, since I did run for city office, I can tell you, and you're aware of, past a certain point in the process, neither the mayor or the city council can really do anything about it. It's up to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Okay, well, it's fairly unclear what the Planning Commission can do, but we'll deal with that ourselves. But my question is, it sounds like Mr. Panelides did not. He tells you that the property could be purchased at the park. He tells you that there's all sorts of money and that might be available. He tells you various things about how it could be done, but he didn't do anything of those things when he was mayor. Is that correct?
I can't say yes or no.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, commissioners, any other questions of Ms. Townsend?
Nope.
Okay, that will conclude the public testimony for this evening. I will now close public testimony of this evening.
No.
Wait. Who's that? Madeline?
Yes, sir. Since Laura spoke, we have had Valerie Casasanto enter the attendee list. She's on the list for public testimony.
Next meeting.
Look, it's almost 11 o'clock, and I don't know if she just chimed in. It wasn't all right. It's almost 11 o'clock.
Let's the information, sir.
Thank you. It's going to push us past 11 o'clock. We're going to have to continue. Ms. Casasanto, I do have you down at 980 Ewald Road, and yes, you wanted live testimony, but we're going to continue the public testimony till the next meeting, and we'll get you first thing then, because having it at 11 o'clock and past is just getting kind of ludicrous. especially for commissioners want to ask you questions. Klein, go ahead.
Just as a rebuttal to that, we're rolling one more, and it's not going to kill us. It provides some continuity. I think we should go for it.
I can go for it. Bob's out. Dave, what do you say?
Well, I do have to get up at 6 a.m. So if she just wants to say a few words, that's fine.
Look,
but
10 minutes.
You know,
Ms.
I still give her the
Casasanto, how much
opportunity to
time?
speak at the next meeting.
All right, Ms. Casasanto, how much time you want? You want to do it next meeting? Or you want to do it now? Well, asking you, Ms. Casasanto.
Oh, hi. Yes, I just unmuted. I can go either way.
Well, let's go now. And I have a quick question for you. We have two people that from the same address. You're at 980 Awald Road, and so is Ms. Bahi Rock. There's two people the same address on the comments forms.
Yes, that's my boyfriend.
Okay, that's your boy, and he's an F8. So, and one is not. Okay, so
but he did not check the box to do the public testimony.
Correct, but we have the same address, so I was just wondering. So, okay,
Yes.
That's great. So go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. And I will not be long. I did have the opportunity to testify in a previous meeting, but I did have some extra additional comments to make. I've been a resident of Annapolis for over 20 years now. And one of the reasons I really love it and stay is because of its nature, wildlife, and the unique small town feel, as I'm sure all of you feel the same way about Annapolis, the Annapolis that we really love. I'm also one of the founding members of the Save Crystal Spring group, so I've been involved for quite a while to follow all of this and try to get my voice heard. I'm also secretary of the Crab Creek Conservancy, but tonight I'll speak on just behalf of myself and my own views. First of all, I do appreciate everyone's work on this and the number of years that this has been going on, and it's been it hasn't been easy for any of us, and I do recognize that, and I do recognize the commissioner's dedication to this. And I appreciate that you want to be inclusive and that you want to give fair chance for the public to speak. I do feel that I need to say, though, that I feel like the process is unfair. I feel like the public hasn't really had a fair chance and that the system is rigged against us. People have to sit through the grueling long meetings, as I know you all do too. And, you know, we may even, if we're lucky, if people can stay till the very end, you know, we might even have a chance to get our 3 minutes in. And when, you know, the other folks, you know, the lawyers and developers and other groups have had hours, you know, to plead their case. Also, I understand we're not allowed to be on camera. So that's kind of, not that I want to be on camera necessarily, but I do feel like that's a disadvantage because if you can't see the person, and I feel like the lawyers and the developers have had it's unequal. They've been allowed to be on camera, but yet the public is not. And but I do appreciate you giving us a little bit of extra time. But in general, my feeling is that how can the public compete? And first of all, like Ross and others said, most people don't even know about this. When I talk to people, they hear about it, but they don't know anything about it. And how can the public compete with out-of-town developers, very experienced lawyers, and the whole process greatly favoring the developers? It's just impossible. And I realize this is an old paradigm, maybe that Annapolis has had, where they rubber stamp developments and so forth. And I know you've all come a really long way. And I also do really appreciate, you know, that you've all stretched yourselves probably to your limits of what has ever been done before. I do appreciate that. However, it's just not enough, and it's just it's just not enough, and it's just, this development should not be here. It represents the destruction of healthy forest and wildlife. And as was mentioned before, the mature forest provides a carbon sink to all of us. This development would further degrade our safety relative to increasing extreme weather events due to climate change. Forest Drive is the only way out. And if you have more and more traffic and more extreme weather and more concrete, the more concrete you build, the more water you will have on the roads, the more runoff will go onto the land. This current proposed development, although it was reduced in size and moved closer to Forest Drive, still consists of a huge footprint with a lot of fragmentation and destruction of mature forest and wetlands, just for a huge negative impact on our area. And these effects will stretch beyond any boundaries, such as the pesticides and herbicides, trash and wastewater, which I mentioned before. And I already know that, like, neighbor next door, the Bay Woods development, I think it's a CCRC as well, they put pesticides on their grass and landscaping, and I know this will happen at this one as well. And as Ross mentioned, there are so many harmful effects about that. The development also does not take into consideration the already in progress developments that are already damaging the watershed with their pollution, and where their traffic increase has not yet come into effect. So they're basically being built, but yet the traffic hasn't commenced. So we are going to have a huge ripple effect of increased traffic from all of these other developments, Preserve It Quiet Waters, namely, and then there are a couple others. So, and the pollution that just recently occurred into the watershed of Quiet Waters Park, the construction runoff, sedimentation into the watershed there, happened. And, that was more than half the size of what is being proposed here at Providence Point. And it's already damaging the watershed. We cannot risk this happening here. The proposed development is right on watersheds that feed into Crab Creek, which go into the bay, and it's directly correlated to the health of our bay and the waters and the wildlife and our fishing industry and what people love most about Annapolis, of the recreation and the tourist attraction, the sailing, and the awesome food that we have. I firmly believe that this development does not belong here. I just feel like there are other ways. Also, the original proposal when the property was annexed, I believe, was to have small farmettes, so small houses here and there. Then it changed, but only because of public pressure and environmental groups' concerns. And then it was bigger, and then it got smaller based on pressure, of course. There's just too many promises that were made, or too many things that from the beginning. How can we trust the word of the developers when the original idea was sold on small development? And I understand there's the law and all of that, but I believe that you're operating on an old paradigm where people used to just clear out forests and develop on it. And now we're living in a different world with climate change, and our peninsula is pretty much a small strip of land with water all over the place. And where's the wildlife going to go? It's going to just have to go drown in the water, or where does all this stuff go? There's not much left. There's not much forest left. So there's just not that much room left. So the argument about the hardship or the owner should have equal treatment based on other landowners' development options. Yes, they were able to, but now it's a different time, and we have to think differently, and we have to have a concern for the bigger picture vision of the health of the environment, the health of our community. I'll wrap up here because I know you've been so kind all to give me a chance to speak and to go over the 3-minute allotment. The bottom line is you can't make new land. Once this land is destroyed, you can never get it back, as one of the commissioners mentioned. There are already plenty of developed areas, like locations that are just empty, that are not forests, that this facility could go on. And Forest Drive has already been like crazily developed, feverishly developed, and it's destroying the character of Annapolis. If we can continue to do this, we'll further degrade the character. If we want to have a vision of our city, as the mayor does, and as many of us do, as a leader, and have high standards on the environment, contribute to our forest canopy, and to keep Annapolis as a tourist attraction, along with providing a healthy community by providing a runoff buffer, carbon sink, and fresh air, we cannot let this development be approved. And one last point before I close, to address the question from one of the commissioners about other options for this land, such as a park. I just read an article about the state of Maryland having a surplus, a huge surplus, a record surplus of money. I think we have $4.6 billion surplus this year, and we may even have more next year. And even in the governor's proposed state budget, there's an increase of funding for state parks and education. So thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate the opportunity to give you my testimony.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dunham. Questions by the commissioners?
Not at this time.
Okay, it looked like you wanted to ask.
No, she brought up a lot of points that have already been brought up before, and I appreciate the passion, and it'll all go into my deliberations, and if she wants to speak next week, that's great.
Oh, God, no, please.
All right, maybe not, but I don't want to speak anymore tonight. I'm tired.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Everyone's tired.
Yeah, and that was good talk there. Okay, and she brought up a good point with the state budget. So maybe that's something we can talk about next meeting, but it is past 11 o'clock, and with all due respect and sensibility and getting good responses out of people and good data and good thoughts, we should probably close this out because people are falling asleep. So with that being said, thank you for all of the testimony given this evening. It's great, and finally get more and more of it, and this is the time we're going to do it. And for the members of the public, please submit through the Planning and Zoning website. If you have more to say, you can actually submit more than the 450. You can work with the Planning and Zoning to give them some more documentation to forward to us. And we'll be glad to hear you in the next meeting. Now the public testimony for this evening is closed, and we'll reopen at the next meeting as we are continuing this item on the agenda. So thank you, everyone. And that goes down to the end of our agenda for the evening. And at the bottom, that
I mean,
item,
we're not going to start the Bay Village thing now. Come on, what's wrong, Ben?
Alex, you're working my last
Just
good
kidding,
nerve
just kidding,
as
just
Smokey and the
kidding.
Bandit movie. All right, I will move that we adjourn this meeting.
I'll second it.
We have a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?